Houston, we've got a problem. The college football playoff national championship game about to kick off with the number one Michigan Wolverines and the number two Washington Huskies. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm hosting Encyclopedia Sports. Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Michigan, hashtag Washington, hashtag go blue, hashtag purple rain. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As the game this evening will be on ESPN, ABC, ESPN2, ESPNU. It's on every fucking channel, as these are once again my live watch on reactions live on YouTube, so thanks for tuning in. But they're taking us from pregame to the opening segment here with a NASA-based college football recap of what's happened through the years. We're going to be playing for all the marbles this evening. This will be the final national championship game under the current 4-team format in the college football playoff before they move to 12 teams next season. We'll get more into that a little bit later on, but as they're in H-Town, NRG Stadium, home the NFL's Houston Texans. Yeah, Houston, we've got a problem. As after Rose and Sugar Bowls last week on New Year's Day, in which Michigan beat Alabama and Washington beat Texas. Now here we are tonight for the national title game. Michigan, your number one team in the country, at 14-0. They are your Big Ten champions. Haven't lost since they lost in the semis a year ago to a different purple team in TCU, now facing off against Washington this evening. So we'll see what happens there. Yeah, nice of college football here to highlight the sport's history through the 150 plus years in the national championship games to this point in time. And Washington 14-0, number two. They're the final Pac-12 champs. Of course, they'll be conference members next season. So regardless of who wins this evening, the Big Ten wins. As these teams have met a few times throughout the course of the game's history. Most recently, just a few years back, Michigan hosted Washington in the Big House. Wolverines won. Washington actually played Michigan State this year as well, I might add. Went to East Lansing Spartan Stadium and beat the Spartans. Now, final game of the year. We'll leave it all out in the field as they'll give us, and luckily we're inside this evening for the game because weather would be a factor if we'd be playing outdoors. Very stormy in the Houston area. They set potential tornado warning as they're going to give us a recap from the two semis a week ago, which we saw on day one of 2024. But yeah, Michigan, Washington in tonight's national championship game. So we'll see what it gives. So I'm sure something will. Should be in for a good game. A damn good game. Hopefully better than last year. with also a purple team getting blown out. So, yeah, liftoff is approaching. Houston, we've got a problem. National championship game, Michigan, Washington coming up. Gave us the aerial shot. Now into the booth with Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit, Hollero, Molly McGrath on the call. So, pregame rolls on. Kickoff coming up shortly, rather than a 7:30 advertised kick, about 7:45, 6:45 local. So the men's and women's public restroom bowl game with Michigan with the Block M and Washington with their gold W. Both teams gonna hope for a big dub between UW and U of M here this evening. So yeah, Michigan, Washington coming up for all the marbles. Dive into the teams. Well, Michigan once again, they're number one team in the country. They're 14-0. They're just not this year's Big Ten conference champions. They won the Big Ten last year and the year prior, so they've won the Big Ten conference 3 years running. Jim Harbaugh at the helm, of course, under scrutiny with a sign stealing scandal with Connor Stallions the past 2 years that we know of at least. Was suspended twice this year, 3 games apiece, so he basically missed half the year, a little less than it with the conference title game and then the semifinal, the Rose Bowl. But you know, Michigan's still damn good, regardless of whether they're cheating or not. You know, and they've been beating their opponents by an average of 25 points a game, I might add, okay? When they average 36 a game. Washington, they averaged 38 a game under Kalen DeBoer at the helm in his second season. Former Fresno State head coach, won a few national titles at the NAIA level at Sioux Falls, and has Michael Penix back as his quarterback, of course, because he was the offensive coordinator at Indiana. Had Junior as his QB in Bloomington, of course, the transfer era in college football. After he left Fresno State, after a few years, go to Seattle. Penix has been a starting quarterback. They have a damn good running game, as Michigan does as well. Washington's got a trio at wide receiver. Michigan's got playmakers for J.J. McCarthy to get the football to. So, I mean, truly with explosive as these offenses are, it's going to come down to what defense bends but doesn't break. But truly, I think the key of this game will be special teams this evening. Whether that's a game-winning field goal, whether that's a kick early, taking the points, when maybe, want to go for it, missed extra point, a return for field position, a kickoff, punt return for a touchdown, for God's sakes. Just, you don't know at the end of the game until after the fact, of course, and then coulda, woulda, shoulda. But, what the one final score is going to be, but how many points you're going to have on your side versus what you give up. So, of course, you're still going to have to make stops. I mean, it could turn into a shootout. Don't know. We'll see. That's why this game's being played. It's decided on paper, it's decided on the field. So, but I think truly special teams will be the main key in this game this evening. Washington on the flip side, as mentioned, Michigan, averaging 36 a game, winning by an average of 25 a game. Washington 38 a game, but their last 10 games, they've won them all, yes. Win's a win at the end of the day. And that's what they're hoping for, as Michigan is again this evening, too. Let me know in the comments whether you have winning, and thanks once again for tuning in and watching. But last 10 games have all been won by Washington by less than 10 points, okay? Win still win at the end of the day, but they're going to unless they just find a way to win late. As they're explosive, they're going to have to probably get Michigan in a position that they're not used to being in. Michigan can run the football. They can work clock. Washington can answer to that, though. So there's a key there with, okay, it sort of equals itself out. Timing is going to be key. Time possession always is. It's always who wins time possession, turnover battle, field position is going to win. So we'll see about all that too. But truly, if Washington can get Michigan in a position that they're not used to being in, say down by 10, 12, 14 or more, they might be okay because Michigan's not used to coming from behind. Michigan's used to being ahead and continuing to run the ball and not even playing conservative because they can score themselves. And I could really care less who wins because the Big Ten wins. So we're going to have the national anthem. I'll shut up. Shout out to the troops. Thank you for your service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. But they'll show the United States colors of the red, white, and blue. Okay. What is this? American Idol Season 3? Fantasia is going to sing the national anthem. So USA, USA, USA. I mean, yeah. Fantasia with the national anthem. Couldn't have gotten Kelly Clarkson, Ruben, Clay Aiken, Carrie Underwood, Chris Daughtry, Adam Lambert, for God's sakes, to sing the national anthem. Among others. Yeah, Fantasia with the national anthem. So now one final pregame look with the players saying, hey, job ain't finished yet. Got one more to go. Michigan, of course, who's got it better than us? Nobody. You know, it's Ohio versus the world, but Michigan versus everyone. Washington's been doubted, no doubt about it, been the underdog. They're also the underdog once again this evening. Michigan a 6-point favorite, over under right at about 55.5, 56. So Michigan going to be your designated home team in the maize and blue. Washington in their road whites. Once again, they're going to be conference opponents beginning next season, and they'll meet next year in Seattle. But I don't think either team, let alone either coach, really cares about that right now. Take care of business, do what you got to do, get the job done in front of you, go from there. Hell, who knows? Jim Harbaugh might not even be at Michigan next year for all we know. But maize and blue take the field. So, hail to the victors. They were the champions of the West as they won the Rose Bowl last week over the Alabama Crimson Tide in overtime, I might add. Now here comes Washington. We'll see some West Coast football. So yeah, all blue versus all white. So we are Penn State. Of course, both bands made the trip. Does feel like crowd is more Michigan than Washington, but I mean, it's a neutral site game. Nobody really is going to have home field here. I mean, you can't get more neutral site with Michigan and Washington, from Ann Arbor, Michigan, Seattle, Washington, than Houston, Texas, for God's sakes. I mean, you're going, south, and sort of with a M and a W, making a V in the middle of the U.S., but we'll see what gives. We'll see what gives. I mean, I really don't know what to expect other than just hoping for a damn good game, because we should be in for that, especially after last year's national championship game. Semifinals, normally in the college football playoff, had always sucked up until recently. Those got good. National title games, in the meantime, they were always good. Last year they sucked, with Georgia fucking up TCU, but now here we're at night, so yeah, we'll see. May the best team win. Overall, the Big Ten wins, because both these teams next year are in the Big Ten, whether you like it or not. Conference realignment has struck again. Of course, with recruiting, transfer portal, all that. Both teams gonna take the field here and walk out for the coin toss. We'll have ACC officials this evening, so we'll see how much they try to fuck over these two teams, since Florida State didn't make the playoff. But yeah, these teams have had a not deep history, but they've met a time or two. So we'll see about the coin toss here. If Washington, with being the visitor, are going to get the option to call it in the air, heads or tails, or if they have a coin that this is heads, this is tails, the logos, whatever comes up, it wins the toss. Washington is the visitor, so they will call it. Tails never fails. Tails, Michigan will be getting the football to begin the game as Washington wins the coin toss and defers their option, their choice, the second half. So we'll get to see J.J. McCarthy and Blake Corum and the Michigan Wolverine offense out in the field first, because they'll be back deep to receive. So I'd say another thing too is, yeah, get this game in the fourth quarter, but if it turns into a shootout, it's back and forth, it's going to be what defense bends its break, regardless of where we're at in the game. You just need to stop. So just play ball, and once again, leave it out on the field. Mullen McGrath with Kalen DeBoer. Here's Holly Rowe, Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, exactly. Be you, do you. Um, Jim Harbaugh is going to try to bring a national championship back to his alma mater. Michigan hasn't won a national title since 1997. That was split, though, with Nebraska. Washington hasn't won a national title since 1991. That was also split with Miami. Washington's never won an outright national championship in program history. You got to go the whole way back to 1948 since Michigan did it. So, I mean, there is a lot on the line. And the college football playoff in the final year of the four-team format will end the same way it began, with the Big Ten playing the Pac-12 in the Lone Star State of Texas for the national championship game. So buckle up, sit back and relax, and let's see what happens. Washington kicks off left to right, Michigan back deep to receive, and we'll have a return from the 2-yard line. National championship game underway with the Huskies and Wolverines, and 4 seconds in, they'll have a 1st and 10 close to the 20-yard line. So, yeah, Michigan's come oh so close, but yet still so far away. You know, they've made the playoff 3 straight years, but they lost in the semis the previous 2 years to Georgia and TCU. Of course, won last week in the Rose Bowl. Here they are tonight in their first national championship game in over 25 years. Washington, first time in over 30 years. So, the ball at the 16-yard line, 1st and 10. Michigan out of the gun will hand off. Corum. Going to be one up front, you know. Always starts up front, line of scrimmage. Be able to protect the quarterback, get after the opposing quarterback. I thought that's, you know, was the key last week in the Rose Bowl. Whoever was going to win that battle would win. Of course, took overtime. A shootout in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl. Washington won that over Texas. And so, like I said, may the best team win. Ain't root for anybody in particular other than the Big Ten because, well, the Big Ten wins regardless with Michigan and Washington now playing here tonight, even though Washington's still a member of the Pac-12. And, I mean, the football gods could very well, yeah, it is raining out, storming, calling down on, like, all right, it's the final year of the Pac-12. They're going to go out on a high note and win it all, being the national championship. And, yeah, we'll see. We shall see. That's why the game's getting played. 1st and 10, Michigan to the 28. Another give on a counter near side. And about a 8-yard pickup. Some pushing and shoving as helmets come flying. Of course, they'll have to come off for the next play, but of course, college football compared to the NFL, you have 125 on your roster compared to 53. So you should have depth. And Michigan, I mean, you look at the type of play they've ran under Harbaugh. It's old school. It's up front, ground and pound, play action. Up under center for the most part. They'll be out of the gun here again. Whereas Washington, they're going to spread your ass out, and Michigan might have got a first down there once again. So move the sticks. But just with a strong running game, yeah, try to stop that, but pick your ass apart with the pass. And, good luck to these defenses, truly. Because you're going to be on your heels for the most part the whole entire game, it feels like. That's what I said at the start. Whatever defense bends doesn't break, along with special teams being the key. If you can get some points here and there, you don't know what you're going to need later. Rather have them than not. You'd rather, take them while you can get them rather than chase them. McCarthy's pass caught, first down. Michigan once again at midfield. But yeah, special teams, from the extra points to field goals to field position to, kickoff punt returns. I think that's going to be the difference on who wins and loses. I mean, why not, give us a down to the wire, final play is going to win it type of game here. I mean, because that's what it took for both of these teams to get here tonight. It's exactly how they won last week. Michigan won in overtime on a goal line stand. Washington, the same thing. So, first down run, Michigan to the 36 of UW. So they're about to be knocking on the door here and hope to get an early lead. Even though they didn't win the coin toss, Washington deferred, so Michigan has to receive them. We'll see how Michigan continues, of course, to play from here. But, truly, overall, both of these teams, just not Michigan, but Washington as well, they're not used to, playing from behind. They're used to being on top, and that's it. I mean, it's not like they can't come back because they haven't lost. They've been put in tough situations, no doubt about it. There's been a few close calls. But sack on the play, second and long, but that's why I said a month ago, I thought the playoff was, right with the 4 teams that were put in. We had 2 damn good semifinals a week ago. Now here we are tonight for this game, and like I said, just go out and play and may the best team win. Second and 14, trip stop of your screen from the 41. And a give from Blake Corum. Here's Donovan Edwards inside the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Michigan. And they'll hail to Michigan. A 41-yard rushing touchdown for 6. Just a simple run. Bounced off his blocker, cut, and off to the races. Missed tackle there about the 20. And Michigan strikes first. So the winged helmets go 84 yards in about 5 minutes on 8 plays. And in year 10 of the college football playoff national championship game, Michigan with an early 7-0 lead. And they'll go to commercial break. So we'll hit the reset button here in a minute. Showing off a replay once more. It does feel weird on a Monday night for this game to be starting at 7:30, quarter to 8 o'clock now. Just because, of course, Monday Night Football doesn't normally begin until a quarter after 8:30, let alone way back when, 9 o'clock. I understand college football, on all day long and all for it. And your night games, either 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock, let alone later for some Pac-12 after dark. Maybe, like I said, maybe we'll get something down in the nitty-gritty, and with a turnover or two to determine it. Just, we'll see. We shall see. So, I mean, I've said what I said. There's not really much else to say. Just, you got 2 damn good teams, squaring off. You do. And, of course, at the end of the game, and coming into it, only one's going to win and the other's going to lose, Maybe we go to overtime again. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out, but it'll slow down eventually. But just these offenses are so high-powered that, especially Washington, they can score, in a split second if they need to. We'll see how they respond here. But that's the thing. Michigan, they can drain and wear your ass out and work clock. And then, like I said, not saying they'd be in trouble because they can score, but I feel like if Washington gets a lead over Michigan, not saying it'd be over, but they'd be in a good spot. But then Michigan, it's going to determine how the drives play out. if not necessarily if they can keep up, because their defense might get worn out. But just can Washington stop the run when they need to? You know, that's it's football. It's up front, line of scrimmage, run game, and defense. Can you run it? Can you stop the run? Obviously not there on that play. They gave up a 41-yard rushing touchdown. So just it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Just of course hoping not for another fucking blowout, because then we'll be signing off early. Um, but yeah, just we'll see. We shall see. I know I've said that now a few times, but just that's the just overall feel to this game. That it could go one way, it could go the other. Could be a big comeback, but it's probably going to come down to a play or two late in the second half sometime. And then if you need to get a stop, can you get a stop? But overall, offense, defense, special teams. I mean, this is the biggest game of the year. It's the final game of the year, so you'd hope to leave it all on the field. But you're going to make the play when the game's on the line or not. They run a toss far side. Dylan Johnson, he gets 5-6 yards. So, both running backs having a decent start here from Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards there on that rushing touchdown. And then DJ, the other number 7 at tailback, 6 yards there. So, we'll see. I think everybody's happy there's not another SEC, school in this game. Whether it be from Alabama, to Georgia, let alone Clemson out of the ACC. That's why I said the college football playoff started in 2014. The first year 4-team playoff in the national title game, with Alabama losing to a Big Ten school in the semifinal. That Big Ten school in Ohio State won the national title. Michigan beat Alabama last week. Here we are tonight. We'll see what happens and gives, but now here we are, another Big Ten Pac-12 national title game now in the last year of the college football playoff under the 4-team format before they moved to 12 next year. And we're back in Texas. 1st and 10, and about a 2-yard pass far side, so second down. And I mean, it's number 1 versus number 2 too. It's not like 3 versus 4. Next year it could be anyone ranked in the top 12. We'll get more into what the future holds a little bit later on, but a couple yards around the middle, so we'll see here. We'll have, I think, more of a sense on how this game is going to play out here, probably as we get closer to halftime. Just is it back and forth? Is it, okay, somebody has a lead, somebody needs to come back? Are we at a standstill, not a lot's going on? Like, that's what, just coming into, you can try to think and predict all this, but we're not coaching, we're not playing, they are. So, once again, missed tackle there, first down run, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how it all plays out. Because could be in for a barn-burning national title game, something we haven't had in, quite a few years, or could be another blowout like it was last year, let alone the middle of the pack. Somebody wins by, say 10 or more, and, you can tell when the game's over with, decided, sometime mid-late fourth quarter. But trips in a bunch near side, run a pass, goes out of bounds, incomplete. We'll see if that's a forward pass, though, or if it was behind, of course, beyond the line of scrimmage, but behind the running back, because then, even though he didn't catch it, fell incomplete, went out of bounds. They say incomplete, 2nd and 10, rather than, spotting it where it potentially would have went out at, and then it's a loss of whatever. So, from the 42, got a whistle, and we're going to have our first flag of the game. Like I said, we'll see about these refs. They're from the ACC. Of course, we know Florida State think they got screwed over, but, they would have got fucked over at some point in time in the past week or so anyway, on the field. Got a timeout. Timeout by Washington. They're first, with 7:01 to play in this first quarter. So they'll take commercial break. And back to the action shortly, so. Alright. So as I was saying, there's not really much else to be said. To this point in time, we'll just, see how the game goes from here, have a little bit better sense on where we stand, towards halftime. Of course, at halftime, we'll have first half stats and scores. We'll recap the whole entire bowl season. We'll recap Week 18 in the National Football League from this past weekend as well, along with a preview of the NFL playoffs that begin next week. So stay tuned for that. Be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube for more live watch long reactions. As, of course, unfortunately, with college football season ending, this will be the final live stream of the season for the 2023-2024 campaign in college football before next season begins, and we'll be here before you know it. But, we'll first have stats and scores, recap bowl season, Week 18 in the NFL, preview the playoffs. Monday Night Raw just began in the WWE as well, so we'll keep an eye on what happens there. But just, it's a national title game, for God's sakes. This is the biggest game for both these teams to this point in time in the season, regardless of what anybody says. So I would hope you're going out and at least hoping to play your best game. You don't want to shit the bed, in the national spotlight. It still sucks to lose if you do lose, and, you win. You're champions, and, you get a ring. You're going to remember it forever. It's great for the program, and, of course, the fan base. Of course, no doubt about it, it's been a long time coming for both these teams to, one, get back to this point, but two, truly, you look at it, 97 and 91, the national title game wasn't a national title game. That's why the BCS was created, and then as bad as it became, hence the college football playoff. With arguments, this team's better than this team who's ranked higher, and et cetera, but that's why, the New Year's Six Bowls, must watch, depending on who's playing. While you win, you might be national champion. And that's why both last times these two teams played, they were split national titles with Michigan and Nebraska and Washington and Miami. So, yeah, why don't you put them up head-to-head and see who wins? It took them forever to get to this point. Now we're in the 10th year of the playoff. Let alone, you go back, 25 years. It's when the BCS began. It was actually the year after Michigan last won the national title in 98. But, so it's a big deal, you know? From the 26, first and 10, Pennick's going to throw over the middle, incomplete. And remember, he played in the Big Ten, I might add, too. He knows Michigan probably better than anybody, along with his head coach and Kalen DeBoer, because he was his offense coordinator in Bloomington with the Hoosiers. But, you know, Penix played for 4 years for Indiana, okay? Was hurt a few of those years, but he's gone up against the Wolverines. He knows, you know, a Jim Harbaugh coach defense. He knows Michigan. And as high powered as just not Washington was this year, but the Pac-12 as well. You know, like they had their close calls. Like, it's probably why they are the underdogs 9 times out of 10, but they're okay with that. You know, that mentality of, well, nobody thinks we're good enough. Let's go out and show them. Whereas Michigan is Michigan versus everyone, because, well, they're hated because of this or that. But Washington knocking on the door, looking to cut this lead a little and tie it up as they enter the red zone. Ball at the 17-yard line on 3rd and short. They get a first down at the 10 now, so see if it's 1st and 10 or 1st and goal. It's going to depend on the spot here. 5 and change to play in the opening quarter. They'll say 1st and goal, Washington at the 10. And they'll run it again. Spin, no gain on the play. So, yeah, we'll see. Once again, we'll see. That's just overall where we're at. Because that's how good these teams are. You know? Like, it's not like you got the best team playing the worst team and you know exactly what the hell's going to happen. The good team's going to kick the bad team's ass. Whereas, okay, maybe there's an upset if you're, you know, somewhere middle of the pack up against, you know, a higher ranked team. But it's number 1 versus number 2. They're both 14-0. They're both conference champions. You know, no doubt about it. They both deserve to be here, regardless of what people say, because they've showed it on the field that they're capable of winning, because that's all they've done. You know, combined 28-0. And regardless of allegations on this or that, still even after the fact, with terminations, they still won. They're still good. You know? Like, you're lying to yourself if you can't see that. Timeout again. That's going to suck. Burned 2 timeouts in the first 11 minutes of the game. You got 1 left the whole entire first half. We got 4:04 to play in the first quarter. So they'll have 1 more timeout. Rest first half as they are knocking on the door looking to tie this game up. But another commercial break here with the timeout. But yeah, they're damn good, you know? And just hopefully it's a damn good game, you know? And I wouldn't necessarily say gives, but it makes, gives would be a good word to use too, yes, but it makes and it puts, you know, as college football, you know, is on the map and has been on the map and is number 1, number 2 sport on earth, depending on who you ask. But just moving into the next, you know, phase of the game. Of course, history repeats itself. These teams have played before once again. They've both won, but and that includes in big games, from the Rose Bowl to now. But just the change of college football that's to come, you know. Like, once again, as the saying goes, well, as more things change, more things stay the same, yes, but, and they're going to be conference opponents, so we're going to, get to see them, more often than not moving forward as USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington are all joining the Big Ten come summertime officially, and we'll be ready to play come next fall. But normally July 1st, I believe it's August 1st is that transition date, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, just and it sends the season out with a bang. I mean, unfortunately, yeah, it's the last game of the year. Yeah, you'll still have, you know, with the players at least, from now until springtime on in the next year, some stuff going on. But on a national stage, like, this is the final time. Unfortunately, after as it always is, long season, but then it's gone in the blink of an eye. It's like I've truly thought this season, both college football and the NFL, for whatever reason, just absolutely flew by. So fast. Like, that's why, of course, you just gotta take it all in the moment, as you try to do anyway. But regardless of the speed, but from the 3rd and goal, so if they don't score here, they'll kick it, I think, and at least get some points. Got 12 seconds on the play clock. Remember, they only have one more timeout the rest of the first half. So out of the gun, Pennick's going to throw. Gonna step up, back of the end zone, high, incomplete. So they'll kick it. Yeah, you got to get some points. It's not 4th and goal from the 1, let alone the 2-yard line. But even up against Michigan's defense, I still probably wouldn't want to go for it unless you actually had to. I'd take the points and kick it. Especially when you have 4th and goal, the 8 at the completion. Yeah, you definitely kick it, as mentioned. So, yeah, just we'll sit back and see what the hell happens here. Because, just should be in for a damn good game. We should. So a chip shot from the right hash. Ooh, just barely good. Thought he doinked it for one. But cut it in the right upright just barely. Kicks up and good. It is 7-3 Michigan. 3 and change to play in the opening quarter. So Wolverines getting the ball back when we come back. Michigan on the kickoff return, and, well, Washington's put Michigan in another not so good starting field position inside the 20-yard line to begin this drive again. But hey, that didn't stop Michigan to begin the game. They drove and scored a touchdown in 5 minutes. So we'll see here. Once again, they've had one penalty. Actually, they picked it up because of the timeout. That's right. No turnovers yet, but 3:50 to play in the first. 7-3 Michigan with the ball back at the 14-yard line. 1st and 10, handoff to 2, and Corum gets 3. Another thing, too, in this game, once again, high-powered offenses, but defense better not breaking. It's explosive plays. We're talking about how good the running backs are, the wide receivers. Well, why not, especially Michigan, being as old school as they are, the tight end. Down the middle of the field, there you go. And Roman Reigns Wilson at wide receiver, but still down the middle of the field. On another crosser that they beat Alabama with a lot last week, as he was lined up in the slot near side, just, over the DB's head and right on the money, and off to the races he goes. Caught at the 40, 45, 50, pushed out of bounds at the 45 to make it 46-yard line of Washington. So there's a big play for you. 1st and 10, an empty set. And McCarthy's pass, almost picked off as it was behind the intended target, and then, well, he wasn't going to one-hand that, but he very well could have. But luckily, the DB, wasn't a step closer, because he probably would have picked it off. It falls incomplete. 2nd and 10. Hand off Edwards, and off to the races he goes again, and he's going to score. Touchdown, Michigan. He had a big game against Penn State, and he had a big game against Ohio State. Not this year, last year. And now he's having a big game tonight against Washington. Sort of the, if you will, undervalued, nobody's been talking about me player here tonight. Had a 41-yard score to begin the game. That went from 46. Michigan has a 13-3 lead on Washington. Game ain't over by any means just yet. 2:23 to play in the first quarter. Washington's going to have to, they drove and kicked the field goal. It's truly probably going to, right now, with the way this game's, been played and probably headed, that you're going to have to score. You can't kick field goals all, damn game. Even though you need points, don't know when you need them later. You're going to have to drive and score and just keep cutting and then take a lead eventually if you're Washington, if you want to, come back and win. You're down 11, 13 minutes in, and you've given up 2 big runs. Michigan really ain't throwing that much. The big pass got them to the run play, but with a lead, and, they're used to being on top for once, both teams are, but Michigan's got a strong running game, and they can control the clock if needed. That's exactly what you want with a lead. You're just going to run the football and work clock. So Washington defensively, they're going to have to get a stop or two. Fair catch, touchback in the end zone on the kneel down as well. But, no, they're going to have to drive and score. Penix is going to have to start airing it out here. You know, a lot of his passes on that opening drive, it seemed like, were just short, simple, you know, screens. They weren't even anything, you know, for more than 5 yards or so. Um, so they're going to have to, and it starts up front still, they're going to have to try to get Michigan to bite on their run and then beat them with some play action, probably, if they just don't fucking start airing out. Of course, you don't want to get one dimensional, but yeah, we'll see. 1st and 10, Huskies from the 25. And Panic's going to step up, void a sack, slides after about a 7-yard pickup, and now they got a 2nd and short. So we'll see how they respond again. You know, Michigan, both drives, 40-plus yard rushing touchdowns. Washington, they drove, kicked the field goal because they couldn't punch it in from inside the 10. You know, that touchdown that they'd probably be liking to have right now, other than a field goal, because it was stopped by Michigan's defense, is biting them. Toss far side, no gain on the play, so 3rd down coming up from the 40. But I mean, who knows? It might turn into a blowout here before too long too. You know, if this keeps up, if Michigan can just not even more physical, they're making plays, they're making stops when they need to. You know, they only gave up 3. The offense, you know, scored. Offense scored again. I mean, it's complementary football. You know, it's back to the basics. That's why Harbaugh is just that. He has that old school mentality, and everybody's trying to get away from it. But here he is. That pass caught, missed tackle, but then they finally wrap him up. Yeah, you're still short, buddy. 4th down, they'll punt. So Michigan get the ball back with an 11-point, 14-3 lead here as we near the end of the 1st quarter, and it might be getting ugly here before too long if they do the same damn thing on the 3rd drive, 3rd time to be charm, you know, as they did there on the first 2 drives, and that's score. Even a field goal, you're up, you know, 14, that's 2 scores. I mean, it's 2 scores now at 11 with a touchdown, you know, 2-point field goal, but block the punt, no, but not that good of a punt. It's going to take a bounce inside the 30, 25. Down to the 21, though, so that's where Michigan will start. Yeah, it doesn't really matter where they start. They're driving and scoring. We've seen that now twice. So 21 seconds to play in this 1st quarter. They're up 14-3. So, yeah, Washington going to need to stop defensively. We'll see here what Michigan does. Probably got one play here, and then the quarter's over. And yeah, just. I mean, if they start throwing and they can't stop that either, it'll probably be a long night. But I mean, you have a lead, just keep fucking around the ball. You know, do what you do best exactly, and just control the game. Whether they're stealing signs or not, you know, another give, Corum, 35-40, 45-50, off to the races near side, going to cut back in 30, 25 down to the 21 of Washington. One play like that, from the 21 to the 21 to end of the 1st quarter, they're knocking on the door with an 11-point lead, and yeah, this game might be fucking over with already. Hate to break it to you, hate to say it, but it's up front, you know, and they can't stop the run. I mean, those are simple gives, you know. End of the 1st quarter, Michigan leads Washington 14-3, so Michigan, I mean, still don't get too far of ourselves, but Michigan literally running away with this right now. As we're running down a drain for a national championship game going to the break. But they're going to give us an exclusive look to, well, we'll find out. But yeah, just Michigan couldn't have hoped for a better start, and Washington couldn't have hoped for a worse start. So, yeah, just, I mean, you got to give it to them. They're, once again, regardless of the sign stealing, they're damn good. You know, you got to respect that. You do. I mean, there's still no room in football when you take the integrity out of the game. I've said my piece on that. Um, from when they played Penn State, and remember, all that shit happened the week of, so it was hot in the news, hot off the press. Um, and from recruiting to that, and, they're still winning. It doesn't matter. Like good teams that win, that's all they do is win. Good teams that are average, they're average. Teams that fucking suck, that lose all the time, yeah, you know who they are. So, yeah, just you'd hope Washington can make a stop or two, but the way that first quarter played out, I mean, that was one play on a simple give to end the quarter, and he breaks it, and then cuts back inside and gets a couple more yards. Like, if they can't stop the run now, they're not going to be able to stop the run later. And in Michigan, well, shit, they might not even need to throw any more passes. They just keep running the ball because they know they ain't going to get stopped. And then that's why I was just saying a little bit ago, like maybe they start throwing a little bit and, put more pressure on them. Not a dagger here this early, but of course, you still want to shoot yourselves in the foot. Take what defense gives you, do what, is working. Why fix something that ain't broken? But just put the pressure on them, not yourself. But yeah, just keep running the football. Like, you're gonna be fine. And then if you do start passing, they can't stop you. Then, I mean, it's seemingly ball game then at that point. But to begin the second quarter now, of course, they'll switch ends. Coming back from break here again. Be first and 10 Michigan at the 21-yard line, as it was to end the first quarter. But remember that big first down run. So, wouldn't expect anything else. Like, keep running, make them stop you. If they can't, keep running it. If they do, then mix it up. But it's balance, it's consistency, it's, just not do anything stupid. And they're not. And that's been the motto really for Michigan this year is, well, of course, yeah, it's team sport, but the group they have, like you can really tell they're in it all together to win it. Like there's no one taking a shortcut to, even though, well, they would say the sign stealing. I can understand the argument. I can. I said my piece about it. The thing about it is, though, they're still winning. Regardless of that, they are still winning. Yeah, no shit. It's easy to know exactly what the fuck's gonna happen when you know the signs, but sign stealing has happened in football for years. They just got caught red-handed doing it. And that's why I was saying, even with the terminate, Michigan's gonna call timeout. Even with the termination of him, and he's not there anymore. Another fucking commercial break. Jesus Christ. Obviously, because it's turning into blowout, they want to keep us involved, intrigued, going, well, what's happening next? But yeah, they're still winning. They're still damn good, and that's why you got to give them credit. Of course, as a Penn State fan, yeah, you want to root for the conference. I know a lot of people are going to say, no, what the fuck you smoking? Like, what are you thinking? But even with Washington, I mean, yeah, sort of rooting for both of them, to be honest with you. So I said I could really care less who wins. I mean, because overall, at the end of the day, the Big Ten wins. Whether Washington's in the Big Ten right now or not, they're going to be. You know, I mean, yeah, the national title would be under the Pac-12, but Pac-12 is going to be the Pac-2 with Washington State and Oregon State, and that's it. So, I mean, yeah, money would get split still between everybody because they're still all together contractually because, you know, they're technically still in the conference up until they leave. But, like, if Washington wins, it's their national title. It's not the Pac-12's national title. It's Washington's. And remember, the Pac-12 is trying to win their first national title since USC went back-to-back, which that's been 20 years. You know, they've had teams in the game, but they've lost. You know, including that first college football playoff national title game with Ohio State and Oregon in the first year of the 14 playoff, in which the Buckeyes won, and in Dallas, now to Houston, Big Ten, Pac-12. Here we are again tonight with Michigan and Washington, with the rivals of those two schools, from Ohio State to Michigan, from Oregon to Washington. And now they'll all four, along with everybody else in the Big Ten, be conference opponents next year. So it's still, you know, hard to believe. It's still, you know, going to take a lot to get used to, no doubt about it. Don't get me wrong, but it's just the world we live in nowadays. But seemingly, yeah, this game's turning into a blowout, and they're just giving us commercial break to keep us, you know, in it, rather than turn it off. Well, if they keep giving us commercial breaks, yeah, that's a reason to turn it off right there. So quit. I mean, we're still going to watch anyway, but you get my point. Just Washington needs to stop. They do. Third and 4 officially from the 14. And after a timeout, McCarthy going to throw, pass, batted down, incomplete. I'd kick it. Don't go for it on 4th and 4. Because you get stuff, they drive and score off of it, you know, cut the lead, less than one score, kick a field goal, make it a 2-score game as it already is, but from 11 to 14. Once again, you don't know those 3 points, you're going to need them or not later on. You'd like to have them, though. So, Harbaugh makes a smart decision, and he'll kick a 32-yard field goal here. But they had, special teams issues last week. From missed kicks on extra points to field goals. That one just barely up and good as well, like Washington's kick earlier. Right inside the right upright, that right inside the left upright. So 17-3 Michigan here, 13-28 to play and a half. But then also, you know, muffed punts. Like, Michigan won. That's the other thing, too. Keep in mind from last week to now. I get every game's different. But in Washington's, yeah, it's a shootout if they can get it there. And they can still come back from this. Last week, Michigan was up on Alabama. Alabama then controlled the third quarter and early fourth quarter. Michigan had to come back from that to force overtime to win. So this game ain't over by any means. I'll tell you straight when I feel it's over with. Of course, it still ain't over until it's over when the triple zero is on the clock, but still, just 17-3 ain't the end of the fucking world, you know. They got to get points, though. You know, it went and punted on their last drive after giving them their rushing touchdown. Michigan got the ball back, just drove and kicked the field goal. So 17-3. Like, Washington needs points. They need to drive and score a touchdown. You know, because the field goals right now cancel each other out. Michigan up 17-3. It's really 14-0. You know, with a 14-point lead. So we'll see here after the touchback on the kick. But 1st and 10 for UW. From the 25, Penix, pass far side, caught, and then a first down. So, okay, there's a starting point. There's a spark for you. You got to build off of, though. You can't do one good thing and then nothing. You got to keep it at. So from the 35, 1st and 10. Penix going to throw. Caught midfield. 1st and 10 again. So back-to-back first down passes. And, I mean, if they can put something together, of course, you got to capitalize. You got to... It's building blocks, folks. You know, 1 and 1 makes 2. 2 and 2 makes 4, etc., etc. Handoff. I mean, Michigan could make him one-dimensional and just, you know, he's throwing the whole entire game if they stop the run here. But then that's the tricky part about it, because he could pick your ass apart. Chance you take. I mean, you'd probably rather have him, you know, throw. Even though you don't want him to, like, that's the thing. If you stop the run, you have a strong running game, regardless of, unless the quarterback's thrown for 1,000 yards, regardless of, you know, how good the quarterback play is, like, you're probably going to win. Got a whistle and some movement with a false start, illegal snap. Because that seems to be Michigan's defensive game plan, is stop the run, of course, force pressure, and if he beats you, he beats you, because, you know, they obviously think they're still powered enough on offense, you know, to beat him, which, I mean, shit, they've, you know, drove and scored already now twice and kicked a field goal as well. They're 3 for 3 on their 3 drives, so that's why in the middle somewhere there's going to be a key, there's going to be a difference on, yeah, pressure on Penix, almost gets sacked, but gets rid of it, and it's almost picked off and falls incomplete. So 3rd down, but a couple plays and then it's nothing, you know. And I mean, it's credit to Michigan's defense, it is. More movement up front, and they blow it dead again. Another false start. Yep. Of course, quit shooting yourselves in the foot now, too, but, you know, it's not like you really have a hell of a lot going for you anyway, but still, you know, just, yeah, making matters worse. Like, they need a play. They need more than a spark, to be honest with you. They need a 1-play touchdown drive, which would be a spark, but, like, they just need points. Pass, caught short of the line again, 4th down. They're going to have to punt. I mean, if you go for it here, 11 minutes and counting to play in the first half, down 17-3, 4th, and, yeah, manageable, but it's 4th down. You go for it, don't get it. They got a short field, and, I mean, shit, they were able to score 3 separate drives from back inside their own fucking 20-yard line, though. You know, so don't tell me then they can't score from around midfield. Like, they don't get this here, Michigan drives and scores, game might be over before halftime. But they're going for it. Pennick's looking to throw. Pass, far side, incomplete. Wide open receiver. Wide open, and he drops it. Incomplete. Turnover on downs. Michigan ball at 17-3 with 10:27 to play in the first half. And ball going to be 46-yard line. 1st and 10. And they're going to run the ball, work clock, and score again here before halftime, probably. How? Chuz. That has to be frustrating. I mean, obviously, teams that wear the color purple in the national title game for college football, yeah, you're going to get your ass kicked. You're going to get blown out. Because look what happened to TCU last year up against Georgia. Michigan's up on Washington right now. Truly, this game might be over with if right now, Michigan on this upcoming drive, they drive and score. So, of course, still game ain't over till it's over, but just Washington hasn't done anything, They haven't. I mean, okay, they cut it to 7-3. What's Michigan done since then? Well, the same damn thing they did to begin the game, and that's drive and score. 7-3, scored again, kicked a field goal. Now getting the ball back after the stop. So, yeah, Washington just... I don't know if it'd be the moment. I mean, they're in a big game last week and won. And both teams have experience. It's not like, they don't have, guys who have played a lot of football. Because they both do, no doubt about it. But that's what they've said for this Michigan team, just team of destiny, Like, that's all they fucking care about is going out and winning. It's a brotherhood. As it should be, that's football. That's sports for you. But as Washington's, being counted out, Michigan's been counted out. And, it's walking that fine line of, well, you either like them or you don't. Just like a lot of other, schools or teams. For whatever reason. Just Washington might be in trouble here. They might. Because if Michigan drives and scores here, there's probably a good chance this game's over with. Of course, still a full 60 to play, but they haven't done anything, so what makes you think they're going to do something then? Along with, I get they're high-powered, they can score quick, but Michigan's offense has made plays, your defense has made stops. Washington's defense can't stop the run. Michigan with a lead is going to run the ball and work clock, and we might not even get into that special teams factor, as I thought would be the key tonight. Once again, hoping for a damn good game, but a close game. That's why I said earlier, maybe it comes down to the final play. Maybe it turns into a blowout, though, too, and here we are. So, we'll see how it plays out. And now, obviously a better sense on, 1, what's going on, 2, what's probably going to happen, and 3, once again, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. That's just sports. Play action pass, McCarthy all day to throw. Rolls out, caught 35-yard line, then dropped, incomplete. So 3rd down. Well, all right, maybe they can get a stop here, get the ball back with some time. Only got a timeout before halftime. I guess a good thing for Washington right now, I just remembered, they're going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, yeah, you get off the field here, drive and score, whether it's a field goal, touchdown. Score again early third quarter. I mean, you're right back in it, whether you're still cutting or whether you're tied up. If you can continue to get a stop or two, you're right there. And then we got ourselves a ball game. That pass incomplete, third down. Make it fourth down. And Michigan's going to have to punt. I mean, they ran on first down, nothing, and they threw twice and 2 incompletions. So, I mean, that's Michigan's first drive. They haven't done anything on. Quick 3 and out. We'll have to punt because, of course, there were 3 drives they drove and scored on all 3 of them. But, I mean, Washington's still there. It's just they got to make a play, you know? And up till this point, they haven't. Not till right there getting the stop. Like, so, I mean, yeah, it's still there for the taking, no doubt about it. But they got to get, a drive going. Touchback on the punt. 9:29 play in the half and a timeout. Down 17-3. They got driving to get some points. Whether it's field goal, 17-6, touchdown, 17-10. Hope Michigan doesn't do anything again before halftime because you're probably not going on a 9-minute, 80-yard scoring drive. You want to, put it past them. But, they're used to, scoring quick. I mean, they can ground it out, though, or grind it out, on the ground, if they need to and work some clock themselves. But, I would think they have now some sense of urgency. Like, even though it's first half, you're still down, which sucks. You don't want to be down. You want to be on top. And you want to be winning rather than losing. So, but they're getting the ball back to begin the second half. So, I mean, yeah, 17-6, 17-10. Come that point. Unless something crazy happens here, like, who knows? Because once again, we haven't any turnovers yet. Like, we'll see what happens there on either side for that matter. But, yeah, just they're gonna have to drive and score because they'll, of course, no doubt about it, be in a better situation than they are now. If they do, pressure is being lifted a little bit rather than, they're being, held down and held against their will, for God's sakes. But yeah, once again, we'll see. Because if they can get to that point, score early third quarter, Michigan, whether they've done anything or not, it's still going to be, closer than what it is now. And then, yeah, we got ourselves a ball game then in the second half at some point in time. And obviously, yeah, Washington's biggest goal probably right now is not let it get out of hand and just get this game in the fourth quarter. Give yourself a chance to win. That's really all you can ask for right now. So, I mean, they got the stop they needed. I'm not surprised Michigan started to throw, but that's the thing. Like, you got something good going, keep doing it. Yeah, you want to catch them off guard. Okay, we're going to throw now, but like, they still have the opportunity to stop you. Credit to them on defense. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. With all the 1st and 10 at the 20 after the touchback on the punt. Yes, that's right. Okay. So 17-3 Michigan. 9:29 to play in the first half. Penix gonna get sacked, and back at the 5-yard line on a 15-yard sack. 2nd and a mile coming up. Yeah, you can't have something like that happen. That's as bad as a turnover, especially on the first play. Now, if they can, get a big explosive play out of this, at least, get some of the yardage back. Your third manageable, convert from there. Like, okay. But still credit to Michigan's defense. If they can get a stop, you hold the lead, work clock. Like, you're at the standstill of they're not doing anything, we're not doing anything. That's incomplete. No, that's incomplete. 3rd and long. Short hopped it. Yeah. If he did catch it, it'd be what, 3rd and 2? But yeah, that's a clear incompletion. So. Back at the 8-yard line. Another throw. Dump off on a screen and 4th down. So they'll punt again. Michigan get the ball back. Just, what can you do? You know, this is like Washington after Chris Peterson, before Kalen DeBoer. Just average. You know, not doing a hell of a lot. Almost blocked the punt again, so we might get one of those tonight. Yeah, not that good either of a kick. Rolls out of bounds about the 33-yard line. So 1st and 10 Michigan from there. Still 17-3 here, 7:45 to play in the half. So 1st and 10. Handoff. Corm up the middle. And to the 41 he goes for about 8 yards. Just Michigan's putting it to him. They are. Yeah, it is. If they can, you know, get a stop again, and then okay. But if not, you know, Michigan just tacks on the lead. Like, once again, it might be over. And Orgy, I'll bite my tongue on what I would normally say, but quarterback keeper for him and gets a 1st down. So he's the backup to McCarthy. Spelled rather than a Y at the end as ORGI, but still said the same. Sort of like the, yeah, I probably got away with a hold there. Just like that recruit visiting West Virginia. 1st and 10 Michigan, and he's still in the ball game at quarterback. So they'll say, well, McCarthy's hurt. No, they've ran a 2-quarterback system with him this year. They have. And he keeps it again for another 2-3 yards. 2nd down. So out of the pistol, McCarthy back in, handoff, Corm for a yard, 3rd down. And now we got an injured player. 5:45 to play in the half. Hopefully he's okay. And it's probably a broken arm. So let's take another commercial break. So we'll get back to the action shortly. They have a mascot, but they don't have a mascot because it's a Wolverine. It's gonna attack. Just ask Eddie George. That'd be like Penn State having a live Nittany Lion. I mean, LSU has a tiger, but Clemson doesn't have a tiger. You know, so here's a Pac-12 commercial. Surprised we haven't seen the Big Ten cross-country commercial yet that they'll have to add in. Of course, USC, UCLA, we're going to watch them for next year. But, yeah, like I said, regardless who wins, the Big Ten wins. They truly do. So 3rd and 8 for Michigan here. I mean, if they don't get it, you're kicking a long field goal potentially. We'll see. And a give to Edwards. And I'd punt. You're up 14. 5 and change and counting to play here in the first half. Punt, hit them deep, make them drive on you. It's 4th and 3, but I'd still punt. You play field position. Because you don't want to, just same thing they did, you know, go for it, don't get it, you get the ball back, but they will punt, all right, yeah, pin them deep. And now timeout by Michigan, so both teams will have one left with 4:46 to play in the half. I'd still kick it. I mean, if you call a timeout there, why don't you line up to go for it and try to draw them off sides rather than line up the punt, call a timeout, then decide on if you're going to, you know, end up going for it or not. Obviously, change of heart from punting, because the offense is huddling up here and getting a play to potentially go for here on 4th and 3. And they're trying to block out the camera from, you know, seeing what they're talking about, but they were fine with stealing other people's signs. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd punt. I would. But, well, here comes the offense. They're going to go for it. I mean, yeah, if you do go for it, which they line up to, and you get it, okay. Drive stays alive, you score off it. I mean, all the pressure in the world's on Washington in the second half to do something. And if they don't do anything early third quarter and get the ball back, game's for sure over then. But, of course, contingent on this and that. So we'll see what happens. That's why, games played. See how it plays out. 4th and 3, they're going to go for it on 39. McCarthy looking to throw. Pass incomplete. Turnover on downs. Just like Washington turned it over to Michigan. Michigan now turns it over to Washington. And then, who knows? That's a good 40-yard, at least 30 to 35 yards in field position. Maybe cut in half at 20 if the punt would be down in the end zone for touchback. But still, I mean, you just gave them the ball 40-yard line. Just like they did at the 46. But Michigan didn't do anything off that, did they? Or was that the field goal drive? I can't remember. Either way, I mean, now opponents getting good field position. Now your defense, tough spot, and you stop. But Washington's still there for the taking. I mean, they get another drive here, still only down 17-3. They've stopped now on back-to-back drives. After giving up, the 7-0 lead. You cut it to 7-3, but then 14-3, 17-3. You've stopped them now a couple times. You have some momentum on your side, not much, because that's still on Michigan because of the 14-point lead. But 2nd and 4 here now from the 45, empty set. But yeah, still there for the taking. You got some time here and time out before halftime to drive and score. Weather once again, 17-6, 17-10. You get the ball back to begin the second half. We'll see what happens there. Like I said, we could have this game turn into a blowout, but we could have a good one on our hands still. And, could get interesting in the second half at some point in time if they can come back and make some plays. But if they do it. If not, still where we're at, and if not worse. 2nd down. I mean, if I'm Washington, why not go deep? I mean, they tried to earlier, remember, 4th down, turnover on downs then, but everything short, everything, to the marker, just really ain't working. Receiver on the catch gets the first down on a 9-yard pickup. His blocker was supposed to be in front of him, but it was one step behind. And they collided. That, who knows, could have determined whether he got the first down or not. He still did, but even more yardage after the fact. 1st and 10 from the 34. So I said, why not go deep? And they go to the tight end down the middle for first down. Sort of caught Michigan off guard. They seemingly were going to audible, look into the sideline. Lineman rose. They stood, though. Stayed still, unless, of course, when a false start. And they weren't going to snap it. They snapped it, get another first down. So, I mean, they're starting to build. Pass incomplete near side. 2nd and 10 from 23. So 2:17 in the timeout. Down 17-3, but you got to get some points here, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, because you're getting the ball back to begin the second half so you can double dip and get a 2-for-1. And then all the momentum then would officially be on your side, even though you're still down. You're going to use that and with adrenaline, get your ass in gear, hopefully. And that's what Washington's biggest goal is, to right now, being down as much as they are, just, make sure Michigan doesn't do anything more, keep it close, get this game in the 4th quarter. That's pass interference. No, they're going to say he stumbled, incomplete. 3rd and 10. He was holding them from the start. And then that's probably a good no call. Yeah, that's probably a good no call. Incomplete, 3rd and 10. So I'd say you're kicking it if you don't get it here, rather than go for it, because you need points. If you get it, okay, drive stays live, you end up scoring, potentially. That's a defensive hold, yeah, for sure. And should be first and goal UW unless they say half the distance. So it'd still be first and 10. 15 yards, automatic first down. So yeah, first and goal inside the 10 at the 8. Still, for the most part, spot foul. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a clear-cut defensive hold for sure. Run it. Where's the run game been at for him? I mean, they've been throwing here like crazy. I mean, he had a guy probably throwing across or far side, too. Yeah, first and goal, Washington at the 8-yard line. They're going to motion everybody over the far side, so watch them run back near side now. Or at least come across or over the middle near side. Hand off on the give. And then, well, he does follow his blockers. Gets 3 yards to the 5, so second and goal. It's always that misdirection that gets you. That's why I said watch them, okay, then motion everybody and then cut it back. But, of course, yeah, you want to, follow everybody in front of you, especially if they're on your team, and score. Yeah. Second goal from the 5. Can you work some clock here? Toss it. Johnson to the 1. Or, excuse me, to the 4 on a 1-yard gain. And Harbaugh's going to call timeout, his third and final. It looked to me like it was going to be a trick play. They toss it, and then maybe a throw coming back. Because they had a receiver lined up in the backfield out of the pistol. And then they toss it to the back. But he's lined up not as a back in the backfield, but as a receiver in the backfield. Like lined up as he's on the fucking line. And then he was running far side. There's nobody there. But then he just kept it on the toss and ran, and then maybe a yard. And then Harbaugh calls a timeout. Third and final for Michigan with 1:31 to play in the first half here. Be third and goal for Washington. So third and goal from the 5. You run it. You don't get it. You can drain the clock. Fourth and goal, have a decision to make. Third and goal, you score. Okay, even better. But if you throw, it's incomplete. Michigan's getting, the ball back with some time, regardless of what you do then on fourth down, on fourth and goal, whether you go for it or whether you kick it. So I'd run it here on third and goal from the 5, I would. And Penix, quarterback keeper, down to the 3. So fourth and goal now from the 3. They can wind this clock, call their third and final timeout, and then have a decision maker if they want to kick it or go for it. You need points. So either way, you need points. So I'd kick it. I mean, the first one was barely good, but I'd still kick it. They're going to line up to go for it. It's fourth and goal from 3. I mean, it's a national title game. Balls to the wall. Fucking go for it. Just don't shoot yourselves in the foot. Don't be too aggressive. I'd drain it, call timeout here. 3, 2, 1, timeout. They'll line up to go for it. Unless they blew it dead. Penix going to throw. Caught in the end zone. Touchdown, Washington. Unless they gave him the timeout. There's a flag on the play in the meantime. Touchdown on the previous play. And if it's on Michigan, penalty's going to be declined. Touchdown. Michigan's still going to get the ball back here 42 seconds. Be a little less than that once the kickoff. But hold on the defense. Penalties decline. Touchdown, Washington. We got ourselves a one-score game now. And guess what? Washington's getting the ball back to begin the second half. So you go back to those 2 stops, that Michigan punt and that turnover on downs. And they probably should have punted again and pinned them deep. But no, because on a short field, Washington then drives, 60 yards or so? Yeah, 61 yards in 4 minutes. 4:01 on the dot. 42 seconds to play here in the half, and they drive and score. And they score on fourth and goal, too. extra point up and good. So 17-10, and we got ourselves a ball game. Unless Michigan, drives and score real quick here with 42 seconds to play in the first half. Highly doubt it. You never know, though. But then, Washington win the coin toss. You defer. You always defer if you win the coin toss. You don't know how the first half's going to play out. You'd rather get the ball back to begin the second half than, better be safe than sorry. Conservative or not, it's just to be better safe than sorry. And who let the dogs out for the Huskies? Who? I don't know if that's a UW thing or not. Of course, they're joining the Big Ten, going to have to grow accustomed to it. I mean, you think of the Pac-12, you think of, no doubt about it, USC and UCLA. You think of the band that's on the field with Cal, Stanford. But yeah, you go to the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Washington as well. But, of course, from the Pac-8 to the Pac-10 to the Pac-12, and now the Pac-2, because everybody has gone and left elsewhere. But, and Washington, along with Oregon, USC, UCLA, to the Big Ten. But, yeah, 17-10 here. Michigan ball, 42 seconds to play in the half. See what they do, if anything at all. But yeah, Washington's getting the ball back to begin the second half. So they drive and score there. I mean, you take your points for sure on that drive, 17-13, 17-17. And it's the game that we thought we were going to get early, but it took some time to get to it, That's why it's a full 60. It ain't going to be decided in the first quarter. Even though Michigan, a lot of us thought potentially, game's over. Because Washington wasn't doing anything. Well, they needed some time, obviously, to wake up. But Michigan with a run there. 1st and 10. McCarthy going to throw. Far side. Caught. And wind that clock, So, second down, because it didn't get out of bounds. Clock still ticking, 20 seconds. Well, the 49-yard line, they'll spike it here. Third down with 16 seconds. Be 3rd and 3 from the 49-yard line with 16 seconds for Michigan, up 17-10 here. So, I mean, you might have 3 plays if you can get out of bounds. 1, if probably not. 2, you're probably looking to kick a field goal here unless you're going to chuck it, but just get the first down, get out of bounds. Incomplete though, 4th down and 3, so with 12 seconds, just run around and heave it. You might as well go for it here. This is a 4th down, you go for it rather than the last one. And 4th and 3, you still need 4 yards, because with 12 seconds, even though timeout's still going to get out of bounds. Clock's going to run out if you don't, but, go for it. But yeah, that is the other part too. Washington gets a stop. They got a timeout. They can heave it themselves. They're going to take delay game, punt. So you should have punted last time. You can go for this. They're going to elect to punt on this one, though. Just right before halftime, with field position, you don't get it. They got a timeout and time to heave it themselves, I guess. Yeah, that is true. Rather than you heave it and... you're not buying 12 seconds, though. You're buying 8, but not 12. So, Michigan to punt now. And if it's a good hang time kick, clock should, run out. It's going to bounce inside the 5. Down to the 2, and with 3 seconds, Washington will just take a knee, I bet. Nice catch by that ref. But, Yeah, just take a knee, go into halftime. You have momentum on your side, Washington. You do. 17-10, even though you're down, you're getting the ball back to begin the second half. Just hopefully you don't take a knee in the end zone, or there's trouble with the snap or anything crazy. Just yeah. I mean, you could fucking sneak it if you want to. They'll take a knee. You just gotta be careful where you take a knee at. Yeah. All right. So at halftime, the national title game here this evening, Michigan leads Washington 17-10. Huskies to receive the second half kick. So we got ourselves a ball game. We do. Even after a hot start by Michigan with a 17-3 lead, Washington's fought back. Jim Harbaugh interview. Playing percentages, which, yeah, you just live to play another down. Yeah, they did. They started to stop the run. They got to start running the ball themselves, though. They do. Pennick's going to have to make some plays, and no turnovers yet. Keep that in mind. Even special teams still, too. I mean, 17-10. I mean, that's, a touchdown and a field goal and 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Like, and the field position, regardless where Michigan started at least early on when they were scoring, they were able to move the ball and score. Since then, still regardless of where they're starting at, Washington's made stops that they've desperately needed. And then, from there, they sort of relaxed, woke up offensively. They needed that touchdown drive for sure, especially on 4th and goal to score like that. That's big. And then you're going to get the ball back to begin the second half because you won the coin toss, deferred, and, okay, now here you are, only down 7 rather than 14, or 14 would have been the biggest deficit to this point. They're down 7-3, 14-3, and then 17-3, and then they're starting to come back. They have momentum on their side. They're getting stops. They're making plays. That's what Washington's got to continue to do if they want to win this game. Michigan's got to get back to the basics on how they were scoring earlier, and that's running the football. J.J. McCarthy, though, is going to have to make some plays. I think truly, whatever quarterback doesn't turn the ball over the second half, their team's going to win. Like I said, talk about turnovers. We have yet to have a turnover. Couple close calls, nothing major, but, I mean, still turnover. And then points off turnovers, points off turnover. That's the difference, potentially. And that's what I said, special teams. Keep an eye on special teams still, too, just because of it's that third phase of the game that nobody talks about, especially with the matchup here. As high powers defenses are, what defense bend doesn't break. Can't forget about special teams. Like both field goals that both teams have were almost missed. They were barely good. They don't have them. It's 14-7 rather than 17-10 at halftime. So it's just one of the games in which, it's going to come down to the wire, it seems like, even though it did seem like it was going to be a blowout earlier. Washington's fought back, so you got to give them credit. And, we'll see what happens. Back to that once more. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, still should be in for a good one here. But, I think, whoever can run the ball still the best can stop it. But quarterback play, whoever doesn't, whether it's a turnover, but just, whatever quarterback has less mistakes, whether they turn into incompletions, after pressure into a turnover, however you want to put it, whatever quarterback makes less mistakes, I think their team will win. But then, once again, special teams, because we've seen field position. Michigan really didn't matter when they were scoring. Really didn't matter when they weren't scoring, but you'd like them to, or you would think they would like to say that, that they'd still be able to do it rather than backs up against the wall. That's why they can't. No. Regardless of where they're starting at, Michigan's on a roller coaster. They are. It's been up, and now they hit the top, and now they're going down. Where Washington, well, they were stuck at the fucking platform to enter the ride for the good, 20 minutes to start the game, it felt like. And then, they're coming back. They're getting to that point. So something's got to give here before too long, no doubt about it. That's the thing. Like, could turn in a shootout here still. What defense going to bend doesn't break. But with no turnovers, what quarterback makes less mistakes? Keep an eye on special teams still. 17-10. You got, as I'll show some highlights, but, another field goal, 17-13, another field goal, 17-16. Well, if they continue to hold, another field goal wins it, But, or if Michigan kicks one and then, you're down 10, you can tie it potentially, a whole new ball game there. No doubt about it. It's just tail two first quarters there. Michigan in the first quarter dominating, Washington coming back in the second. And they're going to try to continue that into the second half because they're getting the ball back to begin the third quarter. So we'll see what happens in the third, fourth, final quarter. Like maybe a good overtime, probably no. But even, special teams wise, teams starting to punt. Yeah, there really hasn't been any returns, but eventually one of these two will take one on a return. Now, whether you break it or not, that's a different story. But I'm telling you, special teams, watch out for special teams. So 17-10 at halftime. So it happens. We got to have football here in this college football season left to be played, and it's to determine the national champion. So once again, something's got to give. Leave it all out there, go all out. 30 minutes for the rest of our lives, if you will. And somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. That's just the name of the game, So once again, we'll see. Stats: Michael Penix Jr. 13-21, $128 and a touchdown. Dylan Johnson has 9 carries, 26 yards. Roma Duze, 3-35 receiving. McMillan has 4 catches, 28 yards and the touchdown. Westover 2-21. Polk with a catch for 15 yards. Dylan Johnson the same out of the backfield as well. Michigan, J.J. McCarthy, 5-11, 81 yards. And then as he was sacked once, so negative yards rushing. But Donovan Edwards, where did he go? But let alone where the hell did he come from? Because, everybody's talking Blake Corum, as I said earlier. Edwards showed up as the player, being disrespected. Nobody's talking about me. I'm still here, and has 2 long touchdown runs from 41 and 46. Get Michigan out to 7 and then 7-3 and then a 14-3 lead on the field goal, 17-3. Washington scores 17-10. That's what it said at halftime. So, no doubt about it, even with Michigan having as a team 17 carries, 209 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns, both by Edwards on his 3 carries, 93 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. That's a stat line for you there for sure. Blake Corum, 884. Mullins, 3-21. Orgy, 2-15. They really haven't needed to throw, but McCarthy's still going to have to make some plays now with Washington coming back. It ain't a 2-score plus lead. It's a 1-score game. And they might be tied at 17, let alone only up 4 as they were 7-3 once they get the ball back in the third quarter, because Washington's getting the ball back to begin the second half. So we'll see. Roman Wilson with that catch, 37 yards over the middle. Johnson with 3 catches, 25 yards. Colston leveling the 1-19. Washington's field goal was good from officially 25. Michigan's from 31. Overall team stats. You look at the first downs, they're tied at 10. They've somehow, Washington have had the ball longer than Michigan, 17:09 to 12:51. I mean, I can understand Michigan's 2 long rushing touchdowns, but they were still 3, 4, 5 minute touchdown drives. 4 total penalties for 30 yards, 2 on each. No turnovers yet, as mentioned. I mean, yeah, no doubt about it. Big difference is the rushing, 209 to 32. Even though Washington has more passing, but Washington's been down, so they've had to throw. Michigan's been up with a strong running game. They've scored off of it. They continue to run the football. It's going to add up. But Michigan has not converted on 4th down. They're 0-4 on 3rd down, 0-1 on 4th down. Harbaugh said playing percentages, with whether they were going for it or not. They still have a 17-10 lead, but once again, they might be tied up at 17 apiece once they get the ball back. We'll see. But yeah, that's the first half here in this college football playoff national championship game in the final year of the 4-team college football playoff, in which next year the playoff will go to 12 teams. So basically, if you're ranked in the top 11, you're in. Whether you're a conference champion or not, you're in. But they're also going to then take the highest ranked non-Power 5. If they're ranked 12, there's your top 12. If they're ranked 20th, whoever 12 is gets screwed. Highest ranked non-Power 5 is in the 12-team playoff then. Of course, if you know a bracket, 1, 2, 3, 4 will get a first-round bye. The first-round games will be on campus, December the 20th and 21st. Of course, if you're ranked 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, or excuse me, not 9. 9 would, play at 8. 10 would play at 7. 11 would play at 6, and 12 would play at 5. Those are your first-round matchups. First round on-campus games, it's survive and advance. Especially in a tournament. Look at the NFL playoffs. It's a 12-team, well, now 14-team, but college football playoff will be a 12-team playoff now next year. Quarterfinals on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day next year. Fiesta, Peach, Rose, and Sugar Bowls. Then a week later, a day from tomorrow, and then the day after tomorrow, next year, 2025, January 9th and 10th, respectively. The semifinals will be the Orange and Cotton Bowl, and the national championship game for college football will now be, of course, later than when it normally is because the season's going to be longer. You're going to play, if you get in, a max of a potential 17 total games. You need to win 15 to go undefeated and win a national title now, but max of 17 potential games depending on where you're ranked. But yeah, national championship game will be on January the 20th in Atlanta next year. And then, of course, you'll still have all your other bowl games in which we had a bowl season this year as well. So here's a recap to that before we recap the NFL from Week 18 yesterday and preview the playoffs. And in the meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions live here on YouTube this evening. Thanks for checking out my college football bowl season preview. If you did, if you didn't, well, at this point it really doesn't matter because here are the results from all 40-plus bowl games, in which began on Saturday, December the 16th, which was 9 days before Christmas. Seems like an eternity ago, but here we are 2 weeks after Christmas now for the national title game, with Michigan leading Washington 17-10 at halftime. In the Myrtle Beach Bowl on the Teal Turf on the campus of Coastal Carolina, Ohio beat Georgia Southern 41-21. The New Orleans Bowl was won in overtime by Jacksonville State 34-31 over Louisiana Lafayette. In an absolute monsoon in Orlando, App State beat Miami, Ohio 13-9. Fresno State beat the New Mexico Bowl or won the New Mexico Bowl over New Mexico State, 37-10. UCLA, a future Big Ten opponent and conference member to USC, Oregon, and Washington as they were in the Pac-12, but then everybody else in the Big Ten. As I would think at some point in time in the second half, we'll see that Big Ten conference commercial. We saw Pac-12 one earlier in the first half, but from Nebraska to Iowa, to Minnesota, to Wisconsin, to Northwestern, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana, of course, Michigan here, Michigan State, who Washington defeated earlier this season as well. You have Ohio State, Penn State, along with Rutgers and Maryland as well. Hopefully I didn't miss anybody, but UCLA won the Los Angeles Bowl over Boise State 35-22. And UCLA with USC, Oregon, Washington, members of now a 18-team Big Ten beginning next season. Of course, Oklahoma and Texas going to the SEC. There's other conference realignment, but those are your main factors that will now be changing college football once again. Texas Tech won the Independence Bowl over Cal 34-14. The famous Toastery Bowl was Old Dominion blowing a lead, losing in overtime to Western Kentucky 38-35. UTSA won the Frisco Bowl over Marshall 35-17. Syracuse got shut out by South Florida 45-0 in the Boca Raton Bowl. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets won the Gasparilla Bowl 30-17 over UCF. Duke, with their new head coach Manny Diaz, won 17-10 over Troy in the Birmingham Bowl. 2-point win for Northern Illinois over Arkansas State, 21-19 in the Camellia Bowl. Air Force won the Armed Forces Bowl, 31-21 over JMU. So shout out to all the troops. Thank you for your service, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. Thank you, Georgia State, on the blue turf of Boise in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, 45-22 win against Utah State. South Alabama won the Ventures Bowl over Eastern Michigan. There was a fight post-game, 59-10 though, your final score. Northwestern beat Utah 14-7. Las Vegas Bowl, as Utah now has lost 3 straight in bowl season of the Big Ten, from Ohio State to Penn State, now Northwestern. Coastal Carolina with a 24-14 win in the Hawaii Bowl over San Jose State. Minnesota, with a 5-7 record, became bowl eligible because of academics, as there were not, of course, enough 6-win teams in college football this season. Of course, the threshold is to win 6 games to become bowl eligible. There weren't enough of them. That's how also Jacksonville State and James Madison went to bowl games, even though they are still in transition from FCS to FBS, from the D1 AA level of big-time D1 football. And there's a 2-year waiting period, which is an asinine rule, but it is what it is. But because, there weren't enough 6-win teams, that's how they got in, along with Minnesota at 5-7 because of academics. And they made the most of it, beat Bowling Green 30-24 in Motown. Texas State 45-21 against Rice in the First Responder Bowl. Kansas in a shootout against UNLV 49-36. The Holiday Bowl was won by USC 42-28 over Louisville. Oklahoma State won the Texas Bowl 31-23 over Texas A&M. Virginia Tech, also in a monsoon, won the Military Bowl over Tulane 41-20. The Mayo Bowl, in which Neil Brown got dumped in Mayo post-game, was won by the Mountaineers of West Virginia 30-10 over North Carolina. The Alamo Bowl was always a damn good game. Oklahoma was up, but Arizona came back, beat the Sooners 38-24. The Pop-Tarts got 8, as of course the mascot became edible, and that was the trophy. Kansas State beat NC State 28-19, the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That sort of took over the world for a day. Boston College, basically in their backyard, won the Fenway Bowl, 23-14 over SMU. Rutgers, same thing in the Pinstripe Bowl over Miami, 31-24. There, a little over a week ago, the Cotton Bowl, Missouri won 14-3 over Ohio State. Sun Bowl was won by Notre Dame 40-8 over Oregon State. Clemson and a damn good Gator Bowl over Kentucky. More football played there than the Jacksonville Jaguars past month, as the Tigers beat the Wildcats 38-35. Memphis in their own home stadium for the Liberty Bowl, 36-26 win over Iowa State. Florida State got fucked, so they thought, but they didn't show up to their bowl game. So that's why I said, if they want to prove everybody wrong, they deserve to be in the college football playoff. Well, then go out and beat the back-to-back defending national champion Georgia Bulldogs. Well, they got absolutely fucked then by Georgia. Georgia fucked up TCU last year, and then fucked up Florida State 63-3 in the Orange Bowl. Ole Miss beat Penn State in the Peach Bowl 38-25. Thanks to anybody who tuned in and watched those live watch-along reactions live on YouTube. Then, let alone all season long for Penn State football live on YouTube. Thanks for the support. Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Maryland beat Auburn 31-13 the Music City Bowl. The Barstool Sports Bowl was won by Wyoming by a point, 16-15. They beat the Rockets at Toledo, so we're ready for liftoff in Houston. And this second half coming up in the National Championship game. Last Monday on New Year's Day, hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. You're one of those people, but Iowa got shut out by Tennessee in the Citrus Bowl, 35-0. LSU came back and beat Wisconsin in the Outback Bowl, 35-31. Oregon blown out Liberty in the Fiesta Bowl, 45-6. And then, of course, in the college football playoff semifinals, the Rose and Sugar Bowl, respectively. Michigan beat Alabama in overtime, 27-20, and Washington beat Texas, officially your final score, 37-31. South Dakota State beat Montana in the FCS National Championship game just yesterday. Here we are at halftime in the college football playoff national championship game here this evening, with Michigan leading Washington at halftime, 17-10 if you're just now tuning in. So, yeah, we're deep in the heart of Texas, the Lone Star State, and seemingly going to have a good one on our hands here, as we thought to begin the game. Michigan started blowing them out, though, before Washington came back. So from the Astrodome to Reliant Stadium, NRG Stadium, home the Texans, past 22 years now, as the 32nd overall expansion team into the National Football League. About to kick off this second half. So, 17-10. Michigan leads Washington at halftime, but the Huskies getting the ball back to begin this third quarter. So, opportunity's theirs. You know, now's their chance. And they have momentum on their side. So, we'll see how, Michigan handles now only a 7-point lead. They're up 7. Washington cut it 7-3. Of course, more running, more scoring. But all the momentum is on Washington's side right now. It is. So, can they capitalize off of it? Can they drive and score here early third quarter? Here's your kickoff, and we'll have a touchback. Just get some points, But they're going to, of course, have to continue to get a stop or two. Surely, yeah. What defense going to bend doesn't break? With, close game here. But, like I said a little bit ago, once again, watch out for special teams. If it comes down to it, it might not, just with how this game's played out. That's why I said special teams to start. Just how high-powered these offenses are. Okay, what defense bends doesn't break. But then they're still at third phase of the game. So if you do get a stop, there's a punt return. Like, who knows? Pass going to be picked off by Michigan. Yep, on the first play of the second half, Michigan with the interception. There's your turnover. Been saying all night, too. So, seemingly how the game started for Michigan last week in the Rose Bowl. Remember, they threw the interception to Alabama, but then they said incomplete. He was out of bounds with that crazy start. And then the first play of the second half tonight, Washington with the interception, but caught it, dropped it, caught it. See a replay here. That's a catch. That's a pick. Yep. So Michigan ball, 1st and 10. And that's what I said at halftime. Whatever quarterback makes less mistakes, their team's going to win. Well, Michael Penix just turned the ball over, so now, regardless if they get the ball back to begin the second half, down 17-10. Michigan with a short field with a 7-point lead, going to try to tack onto it. So Washington still might be in trouble here if they, can't get a stop, let alone if they do give up a score, but then, can't do anything off of it. Penix was hurt on the play too, I might add, they say. Out of the pistol, Michigan going to run it. And Corum for 2 yards to 30, so yeah, a lot going on there. We'll see how it plays out. But just, of course, Penix battled injury at Indiana. Sort of been, his fucking lineman stepped on his ankle. Yeah. But of course, that's going to be your plant foot for a left-handed quarterback. Rather than your left foot for a right-handed quarterback. But, so, of course, yeah, anybody gets your fucking ankle stepped on, it's going to hurt. Corum on the run, down to the 15-yard line or so, 1st and 10, Michigan. So, just honestly, when you think Washington's coming back, no, they're not. Michigan they get the interception, and then, Michigan with the running game with the lead, they're just going to continue to run at work clock, and yeah, still, the game might be over with. So 1st and 10 from the 16. Movement up front on a false start. So they'll back them up 5 yards. Everybody but the center on the false start. Yep, everybody fucking moved. Other than 73 didn't move. The left tackle didn't move, but the left guard did, the right guard did, and the right tackle did as well, along with a couple of the running backs. Snap from the 21 now, 1st and 15. Run. I mean, Michigan just get points off of this. Get a field goal if it comes down to it. It's another 10-point two-score lead. Remember, they're up 11-14-3. They're up 14 at 17-3. Washington they're coming back, but too slow. And then they shoot themselves in the foot with the turnover. So from the 19, 2nd and 13. And another false start, it looks like, up front for Michigan. Yep. So the guy who didn't move on the other false start, 73, he gets credit for this false start. He's like, oh shit, I didn't move when we should have moved before. I'm going to move now. 2 false starts and a couple plays. 2nd and long for Michigan. And McCarthy's pass batted down, incomplete. 3rd down. $12:40 to play in the 3rd quarter here. 3rd down coming up. Yeah, but if can't get a 1st down, or if you do, you drive, score, okay, whatever. 4th down coming up, don't go for it. I mean, you haven't converted on 3rd down, you haven't converted on 4th down. Kick a field goal. Get out up 10 again. It's a 2-score game for them. At least you have a lead. McCarthy's pass caught, but he's going to be way short of the marker. So those 2 false starts coming back to bite them because they get back to the 20. So 4th down, they'll kick it. Maybe have a blocked field goal or something. That's special teams for you. That's capitalizing off of it potentially. And it's still 17-10. Washington's turnover doesn't matter then. 35, 36-yarder here, it looks like. They say 38, okay. Kicks up and good. So 20-10, Michigan on top of Washington. 11:55 to play in the third quarter. And yeah, how's Michael Penix? He just got his right ankle stepped on. But Michigan gets 3 points off of a turnover. And right now, that's going to be the difference in this game, especially when it was just 17-10, regardless of what else happened earlier. Because where we're at now, that turnover to points, now in a 10-point game, that's big. That is huge. So we'll see how, once again, Washington responds. Down by more than they were hoping to early third quarter, because they were hoping, of course, to get the ball out of the half and drive and score, but they turned over in the first play. And then Michigan doesn't go anywhere with it, but they still get points off of it because they had a short field. So, yeah, field goal up and good, 20-10 now here early third quarter. So right back to it with Washington getting the ball here early third quarter, but, yeah, down 10 rather than 7. Still there for the taking. They just got to make a couple plays. They need another drive like they had on that touchdown drive is truly what they need. If they can get it, they can cut this lead again. A field goal makes another 1-score game, 20-13. Touchdown, you're down 3. Okay, get yourself in position to kick a game-time field goal potentially late if you can hold. You just don't know what the hell's going to happen. That's why you just... Of course, you play the game, and whatever the hell happens, happens. Hopefully you come out on top, because that's all anybody remembers, whether you won or lost. So, yeah, 20-10 now here. 11:55 to play in the third quarter. Washington get the ball back. But in the meantime, NFL Week 18 was this past weekend on Saturday. The Steelers beat the Ravens 17-10. Head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, John Harbaugh, Jim's brother, in attendance here tonight. Of course, this goes back to the Harbaugh Bowl, Super Bowl 47, which the Ravens beat the 49ers a decade ago. And Joe Flacco was going to fucking Disney World, and maybe so with the Cleveland Browns, as they're in the playoffs as well. We'll get to the playoff bracket shortly, but also on Saturday, Texans went to Indy, also won on the road by 4, 23-19. And then Houston with the win, they clinched, but then depending on what happened yesterday in the playoffs, or in Week 18, to determine the playoffs, seeding at least, and whether they're going to win the division or not was, yet to be, was unknown. But then both teams with the wins and the help, they're in. Also yesterday, Bengals beat the Browns 31-14. All 4 teams in the AFC North finished above 500. First time that's been done in the National League since 1935. Lions beat the Vikings 30-23. Titans helped out the Steelers. Thank you. Beat the Jaguars 28-20. So Pittsburgh is in the playoffs. And Jaguars aren't. Jets beat the Patriots 17-3. What's Bill Belichick's future? Who knows? Saints beat the Falcons 48-17. Arthur Smith thought they were running up the score. Seemed like it. He still got fired by Atlanta after the game anyway. So they're looking for a new head coach once again, just like a lot of other teams currently. As today was Black Monday in the NFL, a day in which you don't want to have come if you're head coach on the hot seat, because potentially you're getting fired. Also yesterday in the NFL, the Bucs won the NFC South, beating the Panthers 9-0 on 3 field goals. Packers secured a playoff spot with a 17-9 win over the Bears. Raiders beat the Broncos 27-14. 27-10 with a giant win over the Eagles. Who knows what's wrong with Philly right now. Seahawks with a 21-21 at Arizona. Just missed out. Chiefs 13-12 win at the Chargers, as they already clinched the AFC West. Another score, 21-20. Rams beating the 49ers. Both teams in the playoffs. So, I wasn't expecting to read off 3 straight 1-point wins, let alone 2 of those 3 with the same score, but there you go. 21-20, 13-12, and 21-20 for the Seahawks and Cardinals, Chiefs and Chargers, and Rams and 49ers. Cowboys beat the Redskins, football team Commanders, who then fired Ron Rivera, 38-10. So Riverboat Ron, so his future holds. And then the Buffalo Bills won the AFC East last night on Sunday Night Football, 20-14 over the Miami Dolphins. 1st and 10, Washington, 20-10, Michigan. First down on the pass, out past midfield. So they'll play on. But now, next week in the NFL, as the wild card round will begin on Saturday, we'll have 2 games, followed by the tripleheader on Sunday, along with Monday Night Football 1 week from now. Of course, the Baltimore Ravens, San Francisco 49ers have first round byes as the top overall seed in the AFC and NFC respectively. And we got a personal foul and a severe roughness penalty on Michigan, so they'll tack it on automatic first down. And the number 1 seeds, both Baltimore and San Francisco, will wait the lowest remaining seed coming out of the wild card round, so they could play, potential few different teams depending on what happens. But we're now a little over a month away from the Super Bowl, Super Bowl 58 beginning. With the NFL playoffs starting on Saturday. So, Browns, Texans on Saturday at 4:30. Dolphins, Chiefs in another rematch from earlier this year as well. The game was in Germany. That'll be Saturday night. Steelers, Bills played in the preseason, but not the regular season, but they'll meet on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Packers, Cowboys, enough said there with, 2 of the NFL's most historic franchises. Matthew Stafford returns to Detroit, take on the Lions as the Rams starting quarterback. And then next Monday night, another rematch from earlier this season on Monday Night Football. So I'm going to make it Monday Night Football once more. Eagles, the Buccaneers, and actually met in the playoffs a few years back too, I might add. Tampa won all those games other than the Monday night game earlier this year. So we'll see what happens. But that's your wild card round. Of course, then you'll have 2 divisional matchups on Saturday and Sunday in 2 weeks. The, conference championship games at the end of the month, 2 weeks from then, Super Bowl 58. And then we'll see who's in that game a month from now and hoisting the Lombardi, as either Michigan or Washington's going to be hoisting the College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy up high in the air after one of these 2 teams wins this game here tonight. So, meantime, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions. Live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, going Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciate it as well. And be sure to check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. Washington with the field goal to cut it back to a 1-score game, rather than cut it to 4 because they turned the ball over. But 17-10 to 20-10, make it 20-13 with 8:58 to play in the third quarter. So back to a 1-score game. You live to play another down. You need to stop on defense, and we'll see what happens. Michigan getting the ball back though, and I would think they're going to continue to do what they've done all game, and that's be balanced. That's some pass from J.J. McCarthy, but that's heavy on the run with Corum and Edwards. Run the football and work clock. Just don't do anything stupid. Give credit to Washington. They made some stops. That's how they got back in this game, and they shot themselves a foot in the turnover. So we'll see where we go from here. But that turnover right now is the difference, unless it be 17-13. I don't know they go on a 7-minute scoring drive there and only kick a field goal. They might have. I mean, that's sort of how it turned out to be, though. I mean, with both teams then kicking field goals to begin the second half. But, yeah, that turnover in the first play, it would be 17-13. Well, they won 17 apiece, they drive and score. Don't turn the ball over. But they do. Michigan gets a field goal out of 2010. Washington responds with a field goal. So all 4 field goals canceled. That's 6 points off the board by, both schools. So it's still 14-7. It's still a one-score game, whether you look at it that way or 20-13. It's still a one-score game. So something's got to give. And remember, Washington's touchdown was on 4th and goal. Michigan had 2 long 40-plus yard from 41 and 46, respectively, rushing touchdowns. So Washington continues to stop the run. You're okay. J.D. McCarthy going to have to make some plays. Penix, continue to make some plays as well. And don't turn the ball over. You're right there. Still should have been a good one down to the wire here in the next shuttle game. So we'll see what happens. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. And be sure to like, follow, subscribe, social media, links, subscription below. Shit. So an aerial shot of the stadium. God damn. All right, here we go. First and 10, Michigan. 20-13, mid-third quarter. Final college football game of the season. National championship to be crowned. Handoff. Donovan Edwards lowers the shoulder for 5 yards, second down. This is for you. Second down. He might get the job if Harbaugh leaves. He might. I mean, of course, with the players they have, I mean, I don't know how he's going to be as a recruiter, but yeah, I mean, they didn't lose with or without Harbaugh, and then because that's the thing, like, if the question's going to come up, if Michigan wins, is it a tainted, title? Is all this for fucking nothing because the NCAA is just going to strip them, of the wins, vacate and, like, act as it didn't happen and then, Washington's national champion? No, because we know exactly who will end up winning this game on the field. That's your national champion, regardless of what happens after the fact, Like, you can't take away what's been done. You can't change history, folks. Okay? Washington with a stop there on third down, fourth down coming up. They're going to get the ball back. Timeouts were used early in this game. Both teams holding on to their 3, I might add, here early this second half. But that's why I said I don't think Harbaugh's leaving. I don't. We'll see what happens, win or loss. I mean, he might look at it either way, win or loss, that, all right, I got him to this point. What more can I do? You know? And he wants to go back to the NFL and maybe go win a Super Bowl, you know, because he doesn't have it because his brother has it. But, you know, like, yeah, he's obviously turned Michigan around. And it's good for college football, whether you like it or not. Because Michigan's a brand. I mean, shit, they're the first team to 1,000 wins, for God's sakes. Gonna hope to add another one tonight. I mean, I think they probably trade all those in for this one tonight if they had to. But that's what I said. I don't think he's leaving. But if, you know, there's an intriguing offer and, you know, he can't turn it down, then, especially with a team that, you know, he'd feel comfortable with and, you know, think he'd have a good chance to win with, you know, then okay. I mean, he's a football coach. You know, he wants to win at the highest level, which he's done both. You know, he's won in college, he won at Stanford, he won in the NFL, came up short in the Super Bowl because his brother beat him. Ravens beat the Niners a decade ago once again. And then remember, there's the Big Ten commercial for you from the Rose Bowl. Yeah, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, Purdue, Indiana, Michigan, Michigan State, Ohio State, Penn State, so we are, and then Maryland and Rutgers. And that'll be the final time we see that under the, well, Big Ten was always 10 schools. And then Penn State joined 30 years ago. Became 11. Still the Big Ten. And then in 2011 2010 and 2011, Nebraska joined. It was 12 schools. And then from 2012, 13 into 14, when Maryland Rutgers joined, it was 14. And it's been 14 since. Past decade. And now, next time you see that, you'll see USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington in it as well, with the Rose Bowl, I would have to think. Because, I mean, the Big Ten and the Pac-12 have the Rose Bowl history. But as I was saying with Harbaugh, like a couple years after the Super Bowl loss, they ran his ass out of town. And that's how he ended up in Michigan, because they were open because they fired Brady Hoke. After they were, you know how damn good they were with, you know, Bo Schembechler, but then Lloyd Carr for a dozen years. And then Brady Hoke had him in a good position early, but then they dipped. And the Stars are out tonight for the national championship game. And of course, well, rightfully so, it's the national championship game. But, yeah, he took over Michigan into 2015. Been there since. I mean, this 3-year run, whether they've been stealing signs or not, everybody does it. You know, like probably arguably the best Michigan's ever been, and now they're trying to cap it off with a national championship. You know, they've come close, but no cigar the past couple years in the playoff, losing to Georgia and TCU once again. Now up 7 on another purple team and another dog team. Here 20-13, 6:42 and counting in this third quarter. But yeah, he might look at it as, okay, I win. Good. Everybody would say, thanks, I'm out, you know. I got more work to do. He loses. I mean, it could go either way. Like I said, though, I don't think he's leaving. I don't. If he leaves, though, he leaves. And, he, you know, as they run the screen, get a first down. I get money talks. And he probably does want to win a Super Bowl. I mean, he'd be one of a few, too, if he'd win tonight, win a national championship in college and win the Super Bowl in the NFL. There's only been a handful to do that. And then he'd have that hanging over his brother, like, okay, yeah, you beat me in the Super Bowl, but I also won a national championship. Thanks for attending and supporting. If Michigan would win tonight, and then say he goes wherever and they win a Super Bowl. Like, who knows? But so I don't think screen's incomplete because, well, blocking got all fucked up because of the defense, and rightfully so. That's what you're supposed to do: knock everybody down, like shed the block. Pressure. Like it's 1-on-1, even though it's 11-on-11. If you're playing zone, okay, you got this room to cover. But yeah, like I said, I don't think Harbaugh's leaving. I don't. I wouldn't be shocked if he would go back. But they go deep for the Thunder. It's incomplete. Third down. Because it's, okay, what more can I do? Well, you win. You want to win again, right? Yeah, you want to try to. You lose, well, maybe this is it. No, you want to try to get and be on top then. And 14 playoff, they're in it 3 straight years. 12-team playoff, they're going to be right back in it too. Like, so why leave? And that's why they were saying, like, Michigan has an offer for him, to stay. And it's his alma mater, so why leave? He'd become only one of 3 coaches ever to win at their alma mater. Kirby Smart has done it the past 2 years. Another Michigan man, last time Michigan won their last outright national title game in 1948. So, like, there's a lot there with, of course, future, but you got to be in the moment. You got to win this game. I mean, because that's what it is. Yeah, no, win or loss, is still going to be talked about. It's still going to be, in the news, hot commodity, because it's not like he's never been there before. He's won Stanford at a high level. He's won at 49ers at a high level. He's won at Michigan at a high level. He's a damn good coach, regardless of what you think about him. And regardless of whether you thought they cheated or not. Look at Bill Belichick saying the same fucking thing. Like, as in motorsports and NASCAR, rubbin's racing, but if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Like, whether you want to say it's cheating, innovating, passes incomplete, they'll punt, so does back and forth now here. Almost blocked the punt. I'm telling you, they're getting so close. It's going to take another roll, though, and Washington lucks out down inside the 10. Still rolling at the 6. They get 7-yard line. 1st and 10, Michigan from there, up 20-13 with 5:11 to play in this third quarter. So, they should be playing this game in the Astrodome next door because it's not being used, of course. But, of course, from the Oilers to the Titans and the Texans. I mean, we're in one of the best states for football tonight in Texas. There's a handful across the country that where that good football is at. There's good, 5th of the 50. And one of these teams will be drinking one of those too, win or loss, I think, in celebration or defeat, but especially fan bases. But yeah, of course, it always makes for intriguing and interesting, and of course, just a discussion overall. Like, hey, what do you think? But we'll see. And that's the thing with Washington. I mean, the Pac-12's gone. Them, Oregon, USC, UCLA, going to the Big Ten. There's really USC and UCLA. There's going to be 16. But then this past summer, it happened again. Oregon and Washington. Okay, we're leaving too. And then everybody else was going to the Big 12. Cal and Stanford, for whatever fucking reason, are going to the ACC with SMU. Yeah, that makes perfect sense for the Atlantic Coast Conference. To add SMU in Dallas, Texas, along with another bay on the Pacific Coast in Cal and Stanford. So, yeah, the ACC should probably change their name, or at least think about changing the name to like the APCC plus SMU. Like, it makes no fucking sense. That's the one realignment that makes no fucking sense. Everything else I can understand. I get it's about money, but like, just, yeah, is what it is. But you know damn well the board be staying put and won't be leaving to go anywhere. I mean, if Harbaugh does leave, Michigan's going to be the top opening, especially after, or even with, especially with them being the brand they are, but just national title game appearance. It's not like they're broke and they're trying to find somebody to take over. But even with the coaching carousel seemingly done, like, you'd still see movement, That's why I said Sharon Moore. I mean, they might just promote his ass if Harbaugh leaves, And then we'll see what Michigan's truly made of probably after the fact. Because, I mean, they went from Bo to, well, they had some success, but it took a while they won Rose Bowls and such, but to get them really back into prominence under Lloyd Carr. Lloyd Carr to Brady Hoke, now Harbaugh, like, it's up and down, So, yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. But 2nd and 10 here in Michigan, 20-13. They lead. We'll actually dive into the coaching carousel soon, too, so stay tuned for that. That's a false start. They let it slide. Handoff, maybe a yard or two, 3rd down coming up. Yeah, they were in a tough spot, but they battled back. Michigan, McCarthy gonna tuck it and run, avoid a sack, get a first down out past 20, 25, 30 to the 31. Yeah, it should have been a sack and a punt, but he makes something out of nothing. Gets a big first down run. It looked like he was gonna throw, but just tucked it and ran. Because, of course, the pocket collapsed on him, and you don't want to take a sack, especially on the goal line. It's safety. It's 20-15 then. So 1st and 10, Michigan at 31. 3:13 and counting, playing the 3rd. He's going to keep it again himself and get another first down run, far sideline for 12. First down, Michigan. So now they're going to get back to the run here. But watch the deep ball for Michigan. They're going to beat them here with some play action here before too long. Watch the deep ball. You know it's coming, just a matter of when. They toss it, Edwards far side. 3 yards, probably got away with a hold, but the thing with penalties, you let them play, If it's a clear-cut penalty, call it. If not, don't. Let them play, I don't have a problem if you call it down the middle, just don't, with the refs, be the deciding factor. Holding happens on every play. You know that as a given. But 2nd and 7. We've had maybe 5-6 penalties tonight, if that. Bubble screen brought down right away. Defender lost his helmet on the tackle. That's how hard he hit him. So 3rd down. Big 3rd down here for Michigan. 3rd and 10 with a minute and a half to play in the 3rd. Washington's had all the momentum since they cut it 17-10. Get the ball, back to begin the second half. Throw the interception on the first play. Michigan gets a field goal out of it. Washington gets a field goal. They're on a bubble screen far side. Almost tackled right away once again. Gets a couple yards. 4th and medium coming up. We'll see what they do. If I'm Michigan, I'm punting. I'm playing field position. I mean, you have a 7-point lead, a minute to play in the 3rd quarter. That's what I said. Big 3rd down there. You don't convert. They're getting the ball back again with that momentum. And then you're going into the 4th quarter and could be 20-16, could be tied up at 20. And then, work out for Michigan. They're going to get the ball again at least twice, you'd think. But, Michigan's going to punt here. They haven't had much other than the strong running game early. McCarthy hasn't had to do a lot, but he hasn't done a hell of a lot either. In that, they do pin him deep, short or little amount of reps. It's not like they haven't thrown. Washington, give credit on defense. They've made plays. If Washington wins this game, it's going to be because of their defense. Because they finally stopped the run. They got to McCarthy. I get the turnover. Still is the difference. Because that's the 3 points. And then, 17-13, they're getting the ball back. Score, you have a lead. And you still have momentum on your side. So, of course, got to go ways here from the 11-yard line. 1st and 10, 39 seconds play in the 3rd quarter. Down 7, 20-13 here. Both teams all 3 timeouts. But might come down to, like I was saying earlier, special teams with a game-winning field goal. If they can tie this up. Let alone maybe whoever just has the ball last, which whether it's game-winning field goal, game-winning touchdown, whatever. It feels like, as I said earlier too, just when you think Washington's coming back, no, they're not. Michigan holds. It feels like we're going to have a big play here before too long. 2nd and 10 from the 11. Pass caught, and a big hit after a 13-yard pickup, 1st down. Michigan had their 2 big runs, but Washington really, like I said, nothing. They went deep once, couldn't execute. It was a 4th down, 2 rundowns, but it just feels like there's going to be a big play made, whether that's good for Washington, good for Michigan, bad for Washington, bad for Michigan, depending on how it turns out. It just feels like there's going to be a big play. But we're going to have to wait to go into the 4th quarter because 3, 2, 1, that'll do it for the 3rd quarter. And we got 15 minutes to play in this game, a little in the college football season here tonight in the college football playoff national championship game, with Michigan leading Washington 20-13 after the 3rd quarter. So, they're still running down a dream. Something's got to give. Michigan's got to get a stop. Washington's got to make a play. Now or never, So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what gives. So I'm sure something will. But, like I said, it just feels like there's going to be a big play made. Because that might be a big play for Washington, like a deep ball, big run like Michigan had twice. Or, a big play into a turnover, or just a turnover again. And then, because once again, the turnovers are different right now, almost a 17-13, and Michigan's getting shut out in the 3rd quarter. Both teams kick field goals in the 3rd quarter, and that's it. Just remember, 17-10 at halftime, 20-13 at the end of the 3rd. So it's slowed down. Defense wins you championships. They do. once again, with high-powered offenses, well, defense still going to make plays. And that's what I said. If Washington does win this game, it's good because of their defense. Yeah, Penix might make a play or two, but for their offense, Dylan Johnson as well, the true wide receiver, they might make plays, but it's their defense got them back in this game. And Michigan really hasn't had an answer for it. They got out to the early lead. That's why they're up. That's why I said earlier, like, if Washington gets Michigan in a tough spot, Michigan being down, here we are, not being able to come back. It's the same thing as not being able to do anything with a lead. And Washington, they'd be okay with whether they're up or down. Up, okay, you run the ball, you work clock, you still throw it, as Michigan's done. Hasn't worked out for them. But Washington, as high-powered as they are offensively, I'm not saying Michigan ain't, but Washington more so, they can come back if they need to. We're seeing it with Michigan. Whether they're up or not, they're not doing anything. They're just holding the lead. And with Washington's defense getting them back to this point, now their offense needs a touchdown and tie it. So they're right there. They are. So we'll see, man. One of these teams once again going to win. One of these teams going to lose. But and we're not going to have a three-peat. Georgia coming into the year was looking to, as they won back-to-back, go 3 in a row. Become the first team since Minnesota did it back in the 30s, almost 100 years ago, to win 3 consecutive national championships. But no, they lost this championship game to Alabama. Alabama gets in. That's why Florida State was pissed. But remember, Texas beat Alabama earlier in the year. They both get in. They both lose. That's why we have Michigan out and Washington this evening, because Michigan beat Alabama and Washington beat Texas. And now here we are in the fourth quarter, 20-13. Wolverines, but 1st and 10 Huskies from the 23-yard line. Dylan Johnson on the run for about 3, maybe 4 yards. Second down coming up. So yeah, just one of the games that, are you going to make a play or not? Truly. If you do, you might be a hero. If you don't, well, tough shit. So from the 26, 2nd and 7. And Penix looking to throw. Quick pass caught. And 3 yards. 3rd and 4. This might be the opportunity for the big play. 3rd and 4, yeah, I just get 5 yards, get first down, go from there. So then maybe the big play after that. I'm telling you, I have a feeling there's going to be a big play here before too long. Good or bad for either team, going to be a big play. Whether it's executed, there's going to be a chance for a big play. I'll say that. 3rd and 4. Trips far side. They ran a fucking wheel route near side, and he dropped it. How do you drop that? Kadarius Toney having an effect on everybody in football, man. And it wasn't executed. I mean, you got to catch that before you start running. Well, he was running in the meantime and trying to catch it. Like, that's why he's a running back, and he's running the football, not catching it. But they try to get him catch out of the backfield on 3rd and 4, and he might have been off for the races, but he dropped it and incomplete, so they punt. And I mean, they've had some good punts tonight because of rolls afterwards. They haven't looked so good when they first hit, but rolls gets Michigan. But once again, Michigan, we're starting here, starting there. Early they were able to move the ball. Not so much sense, but with a lead in this fourth quarter, I mean, Jim Harbaugh should know. I mean, it's clock, and they're already down in time of possession. Even though they have a strong running game, and with a lead, they're down there. So, run the ball, work clock. You're going to win. If Michigan scores a touchdown, this game's probably over. Okay? Be 27-13. They kick a field goal, another 10-point game. 2 scores, though, still 23-13. You know, Washington still has a chance, slim at best, but still a chance. Just because that second time you wouldn't need to score if you even would to begin with. You don't need a field goal if you can get there, but you score twice, then you win it, you know. So this Washington defense is going to need another stop. You know, if they can get it, well, they might be in a position, well, not necessarily to type of win it, but, well, say that again. Because not be in a position just to tie it, but potentially to win it in the long run. Even though Michigan, yeah, would get the ball back once more, after, depending on the time. See, what the thing is, Washington's had momentum. It's slipped a little bit, it's gone down, but they still have momentum. Even though they're down 7, they still have momentum. And that's going to carry, but also run game carries. And you got to give credit to Michigan's defense too, because you know they've only given up 13 points. You know, offense, yeah. With the 20 on 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. I mean, like once again, I said 2 field goals apiece. It's really a 14-7 game, not 20-13. But with all 4 field goals, there you go. It's 20-13. But yeah, I think if Michigan scores, game's over. Field goal, Washington still has a chance. The game still might be over though. Because, I mean, they've come close to 10, let alone 7. Close they had it was 4 early, 7-3, and then Michigan scored again. And then that's when Washington once again started to come back, and they've only held Michigan to 3 points since. But then time's ticking away. That's why I was saying, circle back to Harbaugh. He should know, run the ball and work clock. You know, you're going to win. You've won the turnover battle. So, yeah, we'll see. Be 1st and 10, Michigan. From the 16-yard line, 1st and 10 with 13:29 to play. McCarthy will throw. Pass incomplete. Another drop because he caught it and, of course, dropped it. But he was running before he caught it. You know, like you got to catch the football and then run. I get it's hard when you're running and you're trying to catch it, but oh, he had him wide open deep too. There's your shot. Why didn't you fucking throw it to him? He had Wilson down the fucking seam, wide open. And that might have been the dagger. 2nd and 10, Michigan. See if they come back to it. Might add some movement up front again. Corm on the give for about 4 yards to the 20. 3rd down. Yeah, McCarthy has had a quiet game. I mean, because they've had a strong running game. Even when they've thrown, he really hasn't done much. But, really, now's his time to shine. If they truly want to win, he's going to have to make a play. Especially on 3rd down here. 3rd and 6. 3rd and 6 from your 20. Up 7. Yeah, you're not running. You're not being conservative. You're going to throw. You're going to hope not turn it over. But McCarthy rolling out. Avoids a sack. Stumbles off of that, though, and only gets a yard. So they'll wind the clock, but he's going to be short and 4th down. They'll punt, so this Michigan defense is going to need another stop, and this Washington offense is going to have another chance to drive and score and tie this game up. 12.5 to play. They had a missed opportunity on that pass they ran on 1st down, and then the 4-yard run there on second down, getting you to the 3rd and 6 you had, and then 4th and 5 now. But that crosser pass was dropped. They had a man going deep down the middle, down the seam, and I don't think he saw him. He throws it to him. He catches it and probably walks in the end zone from 30 yards out. But 1st and 10, Washington. After the Michigan punt there again. So, yeah, it's turned into a punt game. It's turned into a field position game. It's turned into still what defense is going to bend doesn't break with a 1-score, lead for Michigan and a 1-score deficit for UW. Question is, if Washington scores, does it go for 2? Or, do they just kick it and, tie it and you play on? Because, either way, Michigan's still going to get the ball afterwards to potentially get a field goal if they need to, which they would need to, tied at 20. Okay, you win it, but you're down 21-20. If they go for 2 and get it, then you got to get a field goal. Say you miss it, you lose. Or if you score, you win on the field goal or on a touchdown, So... we'll see what Washington does here. I'm still telling you, I feel a big play coming on. I do. Because we've only had those 2 big runs, by Michigan early, and nothing else. Well, yeah, what would Caveman do? So here's a 5-minute commercial. Unless they cut it down. But yeah, the Caveman's back. And we're going to watch the football game at the grocery store, too. So easy. Well, yeah, Caveman can do it. Let's cut some grass in January. Yeah, hell yeah. Go out and shovel some snow while you're at it. No, if Washington doesn't score, they're going to probably have one more chance to get a stop and get the ball back, and then that's it. But then if they do score, Michigan's going to still have the opportunity to win it. So this game ain't over. But can Washington get a quick stop and still get the ball back if they, score field goal, touchdown, 2016, 2020, and then try to win it themselves? So, we'll see here. We'll see. But I'm telling you exactly. 1st and 10. I swear to God, I'm bugged from the 33-yard line. But yeah, there's a big play coming. There has to be. Over the middle, incomplete. 2nd and 10. And if there's not, I'd really be surprised if there ain't. I would. It's a good ball on the throw and just big hit on the tackle, and he dropped it, so incomplete. Pump fake, going deep, and there you go. There's the big play for Washington to the 35-yard line. But there's a flag on the play. Oh my God, of course there fucking is. These goddamn refs. Hold for 10 yards and it's coming back. Fucking ACC fucking over both Michigan and Washington this evening because Florida State didn't get in. I get you can't control injuries, but if their quarterback didn't get hurt for one, they'd probably be in. Because they were undefeated. They had a point, but they didn't have a point. But then they sucked it up, in the few games after he went down. I mean, they were barely getting by throughout the whole entire season anyway. Like, they would have got fucking blown out. They would have been TCU. Over the middle on 2nd and 20, 3rd and 18, though, coming up. That penalty hurt them. They had a first down on a big play, but because of a hold, it's coming back. But, yeah, so... Like I said, I thought they got the playoff right. You know, you get your 4 best teams. And we got 2 damn good semifinals, and we got a damn good one-score game with 10:50 to play in the national championship game here tonight. 20-13 Michigan, 3rd and 18 for Washington coming up. Ball at 25-yard line. And over the middle, caught, and then, well, he gets to the 35-yard line, but the wrong 35-yard line. They had the deep ball. Remember, hold came back. I mean, that's not a 10-yard penalty. That's about a fucking 50-yard penalty for Washington. 4th down and 9. She drove on the 409. We are Penn State, JVP forever, but Washington have to punt again. So they're going to have to get another fucking stop on defense. Question is, if they can get a stop, you know, how much time is going to be left? You know, because Michigan might just work some clock and still might not do anything, you know. Like, you smell overtime potentially if they, you know, would, you know, 9:44 to play, get a stop, get the ball back and score. And it's like similar finish to how the Rose Bowl was. Just they have the momentum, not Michigan. Commercial break. Under 10 to play. Get back to it here shortly. But Michigan does have the opportunity now, the chance to close this game out. I don't think you can work 9:44 off the clock, but you can work a good chunk of it off. You score, you probably win. 27-13. Field goal probably does the job now too. Even with 3 timeouts for them getting the ball back. I mean, they had one big play there, and it got called back because of a hold, and nothing else. You know, I mean, both teams with only field goals in the second half. You know, so yeah, if Michigan scores, the game's probably over with. But if Washington gets a stop, they'll be in it. So we'll see how it plays out. Talk about the coaching carousel. We're not going to get in the transfer portal. We're not going to get into rosters just because who knows who's where next year. But with the coaches, entering 2024, there's going to be 21 new head coaches in college football. David Braun's taking over at Northwestern for Pat Fitzgerald. We'll get to Michigan State, who Washington beat this year on the road. Michigan, of course, their big brother. Of course, you have that rivalry game. There's your big play over the middle, caught by the tight end down to the 30-yard line. 1st and 10, Michigan. That would be the game, you know, to compare, you know, to get into tonight. Michigan, Michigan State, Washington, Michigan State. But yeah, just pass was high, but he went up and got it and off to the races. So 1st and 10, Michigan with 39. Yeah, they'll run the ball. And Corum gets 3 yards. But no, Jonathan Smith is leaving Oregon State for Michigan State. Mike Elgo took over at Texas A&M for Jimbo Fisher. Boise State promoted Spencer Anderson. Got a few other openings here. So 2nd and 7, fake the toss, roll out. Roman Wilson, 1st down. Yeah, from Mike Leach passing away last year, Zach Arnett got 1 year and then fired. Jeff Lebby, the Ole Miss Oklahoma offense coordinator, takes over in Starkville. Sean Lewis, the former head coach at Kent State, who left to take over the offensive coordinator position at Colorado and Dion this past year, left to take the head gig at San Diego State for the retiring Brady Hoke, who we've talked about tonight with Michigan. 1st and 10 from the 15 for the Wolverines in the meantime. Handoff up the middle, Corum for 3 yards to the 12. Fran Brown, up and coming assistant, top recruiter in sport of college football, replaces Dino Babers at Syracuse. Worked the portal well, so we'll see what the Orangemen have next year. Trent Bray, former Beaver, takes over for another Beaver and Jonathan Smith. Once again, he left for Michigan State to replace Mel Tucker. Bronco Mendenhall back in to coaching. He's new head coach in New Mexico. Former BYU and Virginia man. Michigan man Jim Harbaugh trying to lead his Wolverines to a national championship, and they score with 7:09 to play to extend the lead, and that might just do it. Another rushing touchdown. Blake Corum from 12 yards out. He's pumped up, and yeah, I mean, really, it's 4 points early. That's the closest Washington got it. 7 here as of late, yeah, but it's been all Michigan. Even with, both teams being a standstill, if you will. Washington's defense getting them back into the game. Offense wasn't clicking. Doinked extra point, but it goes up and good. So it's 27-13. But yeah, I think that might just do it. Michigan seemingly going to win a national championship here this evening. And I was off by a few years. I had said a little over a decade ago. Would have been 2012. And talk about Brady Hoke. They had just beat Virginia Tech in the Sugar Bowl. You don't believe me? Go watch old videos. It's out there somewhere. And as growing up, I will say this. You don't know the story on this. As 27, about 28 myself. Penn State fan. But at that age when you're, just starting to get into, stuff on, what you like, what you don't like, blah, blah, blah. Sports in particular, college football in particular. I've always said the first season, if you don't believe me on this either, pound sand, go check it out. Do your research. But the first season I remember of football, college football and the NFL for that matter, 2002, okay? And Penn State had a good season. All 4 losses were by 1 score. But 03-04, they weren't that good, okay? And story is, myself, I host Encyclopedia Sports, quoting Luke 96, not necessarily, you know how it is in sports, like you'll root for this team, root for that team. on any given day, any given Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, when the game's played. Here we are Monday night for the national championship game. It probably should be played on Saturday. I mean, it's fucking college football, for God's sake. It's not Monday Night Football for the NFL. John Travolta, Santa Claus, go back to North Pole. Christmas is over. So, yeah. Keep walking. Of course, stay alive so you can, be Santa Claus next year for Capital One. But, no, he's jive walking out there on the fucking dance floor. Yeah, what's in your wallet? Back to Urban Cowboy. But, no, 03, 04, Penn State had bad seasons. And at that age, 7, 8, 9 years old, like, all right, well, maybe they're not good. I don't know. Of course, 05 rolled around, damn good. But 03, 04, yeah, I rooted for Michigan. I did. I ain't gonna lie. But 05, that 1 second game, 27-25, that's when, as they show a replay of the doinked extra point that was up and good, I'm like, no, I am not rooting for them whatsoever anymore. I mean, there's a difference between rooting and having respect. You gotta respect them because they're good, okay? But rooting for them, no. Now, a bet's a different story as well, but touchback on the kick, 27-13 here, 7-9 play. But yeah, remember that 05 game, October the 15th, 2005, 27-25 was your final score because the refs put 1 second back on the clock for Michigan. Chad Henne found Mario Manningham for a game-winning touchdown over Penn State. Never liked Michigan since. Even though I liked them, root for them. I liked the winged helmets as a fucking, 7, 8 year old, kid, for God's sakes. Like, give me a fucking break. Like the winged helmets, yeah. Like that catches your eye. But also so does a basic, blue stripe down the middle of a white helmet. It's, the black shoes, basic blues, no names all game. And, the more you learn, we all learn something new every day. But, yeah, just, like I said, there's a line in between rooting and respecting. But, and like I said, even with the respect part, them and the sign stealing scandal, it's, as I said then, when you take the integrity out of the game, yeah, that's when you draw the line. That's when you lose all respect on at that point. So it's like, however you want to put it, come full circle. Like you want them to win. There's a big play for Washington. Deep ball to the 28-yard line. They still got some life here. 1st and 10, 6-1-9 and counting to play. It's down 14, but they got to score, get a stop, score again to tie it. But, yeah, from liking them, rooting for them, losing it, and then even more so recently, like, no, not rooting for you, no respect for you, nothing. False start with movement. Overall, though, I've always said this, too. It's good for the conference. Like I will always root for the Big Ten in bowl season, regardless of matchup. I will, because it's good for Penn State. It's good for whatever team you like in the conference. Okay? There's talk that the Big Ten doesn't do that. They do. You just don't hear about it as much as you do elsewhere. I'm one of them that will, and at least have the guts to say it. Because you see it in other conferences, ACC, SEC, Pac-12, Good luck in the future in the Pac-2 because USC, UCLA, Oregon, Washington coming to the Big Ten. So that's what I said earlier with this game too. Michigan, Washington, regardless of who wins, the Big Ten wins. But no, back to the starting to this. I'll just give you a little bit of a backstory on that now. I had said, it was probably about 2012, 2013. It was after the Sugar Bowl in which Michigan beat Virginia Tech. I do remember that. They had a strong recruiting class coming in. It looked like, okay, Brady Hook was going to continue on what Lloyd Carr had done. And me, myself, just being, a sports fan, more football than anything else, especially college football over the NFL, but NFL as well. Um, like it's just who I am. Like if you know me, it's football. It's college football. It's Penn State football. It's Pittsburgh Steelers football. Um, and thanks in the meantime for tuning in and watching. Big 3rd and 13 here. They got to score. You can't kick a fucking field goal either. You got to score a touchdown. So you're going go for it on 4th down. You don't get it, game's going to be over. But got to play here before 3rd and 13 and 30. And Penix's pass incomplete. 4th down. Here might be your ball game, folks, with 4:53 to play. They got to convert. They got to score. Keep the drive alive. Keep the game alive. Just continue to give themselves a chance. So we'll see what happens here. But no, I'd said it was around then that I thought, like I said, I was a few years off, and they came close the one time. They came close again because I sort of tacked on to the thing I had said. Michigan with a timeout. Be a smart timeout just to make sure they're set. Don't want to give a big play, especially when you have a 2-touchdown lead. 4:50 to play. You make a stop and probably win. And yeah, more Michigan fans in attendance in Washington, it seems like, with the crowd noise tonight. This national championship game, a neutral site, but it's like the big house with a dome, with a roof on top of it. And they'll be hailing the victors, champions of all college football, if they can win. Hold on to this lead and win. But I'd said then, I think Michigan, and it didn't go because it took Harbaugh to take the job to get him to this point. I thought Michigan wins at this point in time, like 2012, 2013. They win a national championship within 5 years. That would have been, 16, 17, 18. Remember, they were right there in the thick of it, too. But then at that point in time, okay, it didn't happen. All right, we'll give them another 5 years. That gets you to, like, the 10-year mark would have been on 4th and 13. It's incomplete, but we got flags all over the place. So we're going to replay the down, probably. But then, so they'll offset. But that 10-year decade mark from then would have been like the first year they'd made the playoff and they lost to Georgia. Took them again last year. They lose to TCU. And then now, here they are in that championship game tonight and have a 14-point lead and chance to win. Replay it down. 4-13 still after all that with a hold and a pass interference. So, Washington couldn't luck out because they held, or else they'd get a 15 yards automatic first down and, real shot to score and cut this lead again. But it'd be a whole different story. They just didn't give up that touchdown because it'd be tied up, or you're down 3 if you only force the field goal. But 4th and 13, so here's your ball game again. But yeah, that's that story. Penix looking to throw down the middle. It's picked off. Another interception. There you go. Michigan on the return. 35-40. 45-50. This might be the dagger. He's going to return it the whole way. Down to the 8-yard line. That'll do it. Michigan's going to win. Dun, 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 and they'll be chanting "Go Blue" all night, all off season, and this time next year. Of course, not championship game will be a week later next year, January the 20th, once more. Still on a Monday night, but not, when it is now, because the playoffs expanding. So there's going to be another week and a half or so games. Turnovers. Yeah, well, he had a man going in the end zone, but hit the crosser short, overthrew him. We had a guy open over the middle, too, but no. And then a big return. So, I mean, they can't knee it out. They're still 4.5 to play, so they're going to have to run a couple plays here. First and goal from the 8. So they probably will score, whether it's a field goal touchdown. Corum on the run. One play later, touchdown Wolverines. Actually down at the half-yard line, they say. But there, yeah, this game's over. Michigan's going to win. I mean, no doubt about it. They've, as a Penn State fan myself, I'll say congrats. As the Lions have been waiting a long damn time. So is Michigan. You know, like it's been a while. Like they're going to be back on top. And like I said at the start once again, whoever wins this game, the Big Ten wins. Because Washington's joining the conference next year. You know, like we've had SEC national championship games before. You know, second and goal from the half-yard line. Touchdown Wolverines, and that should about do it. We've had a lot of SEC schools, you know, in the national title game the past decade. Well, in the past 25 years since the BCS began, you know. And Michigan, led by their Michigan man, former quarterback, Jim Harbaugh, who then had a successful NFL career, got into coaching, worked his way up, was a Stanford head coach, was a San Francisco 49ers head coach. Extra point, up and good, 34-13 with 3:37 to play. Michigan's going to win the national championship game over Washington here this evening. They'll meet next fall in conference play in the Big Ten, though, I might add. But this game, of course, bigger than that. But they're going to be playing each other more often now because they're conference members. But remember, he was ran out of town in San Fran. He was. That might be a little another chip on his shoulder, pissed off he wants to get back in the NFL and beat him. You know. Like, even though he got him the Super Bowl, got him to a lot of national championship games too, I might add. But he loses the Super Bowl to his brother, who's there supporting him tonight. But then he goes back to his alma mater, Michigan. And you can say what you want about him, but he's a damn good coach. And they're, hey, just like the Blues Brothers on a fucking mission. Yeah, Michigan here are going to win the national championship. So congrats. I mean, you got to give it to Washington too. I mean, they fought back. I mean, Michigan was just too powerful in the end. Return from the goal line and to the 15 on the return. Back to these coaching changes. Kirk Cignetti, from the 4-1-2 assistant in Alabama under Nick Saban. Got the IUP job, went to Elon, now James Madison. He takes over for Tom Allen, who was fired at Indiana, who Kalen DeBoer was the offense coordinator under, with Michael Penix, I might add, connected all together. Cignetti's new head coach at IU now. Tom Allen, new Penn State defense coordinator. So we are Penn State. That's the other thing, too, with everything being said that I just said. Still, at the end of the day, yeah, no doubt about it. Blue and white, day I die. I always have. It was just those few years they were back. I mean, it was learning, you know, because I was young. Like, okay, yeah, maybe root for them, maybe root for somebody else. But yeah, I'd like them. No doubt about it. But yeah, it's still, and always will be Penn State. So we are Penn State. Another flag on the play, but this game's over with. Doesn't fucking matter what happens now. Game's over with. But yeah, Kirk Cignetti takes over for Tom Allen in Indiana. Willie Fritz, the new Houston head coach, replacing Dana Holgerson, who was fired. So obviously West Virginia won out on that. As Michigan's going to say bet, he left Morgantown. They say targeting on Michigan. Now they're going to review it. What's the fucking point? Game's over. I get a penalty's a penalty. Targeting, you know, is what it is. But game's over. What's the matter? No, but yeah, he left West Virginia and went to Houston. They're joining the Big 12. Well, Yeah, Houston beat them on a Hail Mary earlier this year, but they still have Neil Brown as their head coach, who was also sort of on the hot seat this year. But Danny gets fired. West Virginia wins their bowl game, and now Willie Fritz takes over for Dana in H-Town, where we're at tonight for the national championship game. That hosted Super Bowl 38, I might add. And that, remember, came down to a game-winning field goal with Adam Vinatieri beating the Carolina Panthers. Now they pick up the foul, no targeting, it's reversed, so second down. Scott Walden takes over at UTEP. Brian Vincent for Terry Bowden, Louisa Monroe. Manny Diaz for Mike Elko, who left Duke for Texas A&M. Derek Mason back in the coaching as a head coach. Takes over for Rick Stockstill at Middle Tennessee State. Remember, Derek Mason was at Vandy, though, after James Franklin left for Penn State and did not have success. So we'll see how it works out for Derek Mason at MTSU. Bob Chesney at James Madison. Jeff Choate at Nevada. John Summerall at Tulane. Craig Bull retired, so Jay Sawville takes over for him. Gerard Parker, offensive coordinator most recently with Notre Dame, but also West Virginia and Penn State. The new Troy head coach, replacing John Summerall, who then left for Tulane, for Willie Fritz, who left for Houston. It's always a domino effect in coach carousel, you know. And then Tony Sanchez takes over for Jerry Kill, who retired once again at New Mexico State. I mean, you look at the biggest jobs this year in the coaching carousel. I mean, no doubt about it. You'd have to say Texas A&M. You'd have to say Michigan State. You know, David Braun is the interim this year. Won Northwestern a bowl game, taking over Pat Fitzgerald. But that'd be about it. You know, everything else, program-wise, you know, on a level of, here's truly your ball game, 4th and a yard. Convert, drive stays live. If not, Michigan could probably knee it out. But first down run, Washington, 31-yard line. But yeah, just not average, just right there in the middle of the pack. But that's why I was saying earlier, if Harbaugh does leave Michigan now, Michigan's going to become the number one job in all college football. I mean, they'll probably just end up promoting Sharon Moore, let alone Jesse Minter at defense coordinator. You know? But that's why I said I don't think Harbaugh is leaving. If he leaves, he leaves. But he's also, and they'll say thank you, done the job of winning them a national championship. Like, all right, I've done what I've come here to do. I can leave. Go back to do what I want to do. But why not want to, you know, go win another one? I mean, the playoffs expanding. If he leaves, it'll be interesting to see who Michigan hires. If he stays, you know, he stays, long contract, extension, you know. That's why I said, he stays, he's going to retire at Michigan. You know, what more could he fucking want other than wanting to go back to the NFL and, you know, potentially going back to Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl. But remember, the grass ain't always greener on the other side. So, of course, he's going to have a decision to make. 3rd and 10 from the 31. And he gets hit as he throws it. It's incomplete, 4th and 10. So here's, once again, your ball game. They convert, drive stays alive, but if not, Michigan can knee it out and win it. Yep. Got a whistle and a timeout. 4th and 10. Washington down 34-13 with $1:53 to go. Pass incomplete, and that should do it. Michigan's going to win. Defeat Washington 34-13 and win their first outright national championship since 1948. Remember, they split in 97 with Nebraska. But they'll be chanting, "Hail to the victors." Just not champions of the Big Ten, champions of the West. We're the champions of all college football. And go blue. But of course, we are Penn State. So they'll knee it out here. And the college football playoff under the 4-team format will end the same way it began, with a Big Ten team playing a Pac-12 team and also defeating a Pac-12 team. As Ohio State beat Oregon, Michigan's going to beat Washington this evening in the college football playoff national championship game. And to make it even better, both games were played in Texas. From Dallas to Houston and everywhere in between. Michigan's going to be the champions of all college football. Just like that arch rival of theirs that calls the Wolverines, won't say the M, they'll block it out. That team up north with the winged helmets. Got one more kneel down here. And Michigan, the player actually got dumped on, not Harbaugh. They're going to get him here eventually. But here's your final kneel down. But yeah, Michigan's going to win the national championship 34-13 over Washington. And that will do it. Yep, just not, as they're held to the victors, just not once again the champions of the Big Ten or champions of the West. Champions of all college football. So they'll bask it in. Three, two, one. There you go, final. At 11:11 Eastern Time. So say your prayers. We are Penn State. How about the Nittany Lions make the 12-team playoff next season in the 2024 campaign and in 2025, and on January the 20th, 1 year from now, the Penn State Nittany Lions win the national championship in college football. How about that? Michigan wins it tonight. You can't make this shit up. I just fucking looked at the clock and it's 11:11. I ain't making this up, all right? I ain't saying it to say it. Harbaugh does get the Gatorade bath, but down with the maize and blue confetti. 15-0 for Michigan. They're the first Big Ten team ever to win 15 games. Jim Harbaugh interview. Pretty great. It tells a story, it does. It's, from last season to the now, all that build up. And now you can let it out, They'll remember this win forever. This is Michigan's first national title since 97. Remember, they split in Nebraska. First outright for the Wolverines since 1948. That's 3/4 of a century, folks. It's a long fucking time. Yeah, and who's got it better than Michigan right now? That's right, nobody, because they're the champions. So championship celebration underway. There'll be title presentation here shortly. We'll sign off then after that. In the meantime, just want to say thank you for tuning in and watching my live watch-along reactions of college football. Just not tonight for the national championship game, but all season long. For Penn State football, from West Virginia to Delaware to Illinois to Iowa and Northwestern, the bye week to UMass to Ohio State to Indiana. In November, Maryland, they lost to Michigan, who's undefeated, and just won the national championships. So congratulations. But also Rutgers and Michigan State, who both of these teams that play tonight in Michigan, Washington, beat earlier this year, along with the blue and white. Of course, conference championship games, the bowl season, and it caps off tonight with a national championship game in which Michigan defeats Washington 34-13. Difference was the run game. Michigan was able to run the football. Washington not so much. Washington's defense did make stops. Eventually got themselves back in the game. Offense wasn't clicking though, even though Michigan was, stalled for a little while. Really not doing much themselves. When the game was on the line, remember, 17-10 at halftime, 20-10 early third quarter with that interception on the first play of the third. Coming out of the half, they get a field goal out of 20-10, and then Washington gets a field goal. That's their only points the second half. End with 13 for the game. And then Michigan with, I was telling you, big plays coming, big plays coming. Washington had a few big plays. Couldn't execute on all of them. The two they did, though, one came back because of a penalty. The other one, it was too late because Michigan had already extended the lead, 27-13. And then the other interception was returned a good distance. A couple plays later, Michigan punches in, and then that's the final score. They then get the ball back and knee it out, 34-13, your final score. So it's a damn good thing to see in the past few years of football because they were getting away from it. But the run game and the defense, making stops. Michigan, your national champions, 34-13 over Washington. And now, moving forward, both these teams will officially be conference opponents in the Big Ten beginning next year. So Michigan on top, Washington comes up just short. Remember the other playoff appearance for the Huskies, they lost to Alabama in 2016. Their only national title in program history was split 91 with Miami. So they've still never won an outright national championship. But give it to Washington, give it to UW. 14-0, 14-0. You knew coming in tonight, one of these teams was going to win, one of these teams was going to lose. And now, of course, we won't hear the end of it. Michigan won the national championship. It's like fucking Dallas Cowboys won the Super Bowl. Along with Alabama, there's teams that you like, there's teams you'll root for, have respect for, there's teams people will hate, et cetera, et cetera. You get my point. So, Michigan wins the national championship. And like I said, I didn't bet on it, but I had made a prediction, like I said, about 2012. I had said it within 5 years. And then I doubled down on it 5 years after that to make it a decade, which that decade, once again, like I said, would have ended the 2 years ago. It's been 12 years now. Of course, do math, 24 and 12. But and in the meantime, they were there, but they ended that first decade. 5 years after that, I said, okay, within 5 years. But that they'd win a national championship in football because I thought they were good and that good with the way everything was going. They came up just short against Georgia. They came up just short against TCU. But they beat Alabama and they beat Washington, and they're national champions. So congratulations to Michigan. However, once again, we are Penn State. So they're going to go to Sports Center with SVP. Sure, he's not tired yet. We'll go over Michigan's title run. But they'll give us a title presentation here first. So Harbaugh is going to be the savior. And, I mean, rightfully so. That's why I said he wins. Give him a contract they're giving him, but it's going to be a lifetime contract. Like, he can retire at Michigan if he wants to now. You know, it's going to be interesting to see what he does, though. If he, hey, should I stay or should I go? Is he going to be staying at Michigan, or is he going to be leaving to go back to the NFL now? You know? And Michigan's 15-0. Only 4 teams prior. Yale in 1894, Penn in 1897, along with Georgia last year. So make it 5 before Michigan. So they're the 6 now. Maybe Penn State's lucky number 17 or 7 next year, with a max of a potential 17 games with the new college football playoff format with the 12 teams. But Clemson did it at 18, LSU did it at 19 as well. I mean, next year you get to 17-0 potentially. You're going to break all those records because Yale was 16-0. I mean, that's fucking a lot of football. That's not NFL football either. I mean, the NFL, of course, wasn't around then, but and that's the thing now. You expand everything, and it's the paid players and NIL. That's how we got to this point. Like, they needed to get that done first before they expanded the playoff. And now here we are. Everything's, well, there's still going to be people bitching one way or another, but the new format, the new smooth sailing from here until they change it again, you know, which it's not going to be anytime soon because it took them a fucking decade to change it from 4 to 12 teams, for God's sakes, you know. So, but now, no, next year, like I said earlier, you just need to be in the top 12, really the top 11, because I'll take the highest ranked non-Power 5 to be the 12. Unless they are 12, then there's your 12. But if they're, like I said, 20, 22, 25, whoever the highest ranked non-Power 5 is, they'll be the 12th best team then, be in the playoff. And then you're in the playoff, okay? And that's survive in advance. Top 4 get a bye. 5, 6, 7, 8 host first round games on campus. You get the quarters and the semis afterwards. With the New Year's 6 bowl games, that'll be on a rotation. I believe the 4, as I mentioned earlier, for the as they say, 3rd national championship for Michigan overall, first since '97. They're the 6th team that go 15-0 or better in major college football history, and then 15 wins, is most in Big Ten history, as mentioned. But no, I believe the New Year's 6 for the 4 quarters are the Rose, Fiesta, Sugar, and Peach, with then the semifinals taking place around this time next year. So the quarters will be on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. Semis around this time, 8, 9, 10, 12, 11, 12, January, depending on the calendar, depending on the dates. Those Orange and Cotton Bowls next year cycle, though, every few years. There's a 3-year cycle into the 14 playoff. So it'll cycle through into the 12-team playoff. Your other college football bowl games, though, still be going on. You'll still have those, you know. They finally got Harbaugh with the Gatorade bath. But then your national championship, the 12-team playoff, January the 20th, 2025. And the first year of the 12-team college football playoff. And, yeah, who's got it better than us? Nobody. So Michigan, the Wolverines, the champions of the Big Ten, the West, and all of college football, your national champions. Forever. Yep. Michigan, your national champs. And they got the championship title belt as well, as they give congrats to Washington, but Michigan, the champs. Blake Corum wins offensive MVP. The run game was a difference. It truly was. They were able to run the football. I mean, 3 of their touchdowns. 4 of their touchdowns. Sorry. Pulled from stats. Yeah, all 4 of Michigan's touchdowns were on the ground, with Blake Corum getting 2 of them on 21 carries for 134 yards, and Donovan Edwards getting the first 2 early in the game for a total of 6 carries for 104 yards. So they had 4 rushing touchdowns and 2 field goals for their 34 points. They had 38 carries for 303 yards and 4 scores. Michael Penix Jr. in the loss was 27 of 51 for 255, touchdown, 2 interceptions, led to 10 points. If not, I mean, they're still down, 24-13 there. Still 2-score game with, Michigan's run game. Dylan Johnson, 11 carries, 33 yards. Yeah, the difference in this game was Michigan's rushing attack versus Washington not being able to run the football. They had 20 carries as a team for 46 yards. You run the ball a little bit better. Penix doesn't turn the ball over. I mean, because they were there. They're in the thick of it, But, yeah, McCarthy, 10 of 18, $140. Doesn't have to do much. Didn't really look great either, but, hey, wins one at the end of the day. Doesn't matter. Blake Corum, 21 of 134 and 2 touchdowns. Donovan Edwards, 6 of 104 and 2 touchdowns. And now Jim Harbaugh, with Michigan, being held against their will, called cheaters. A journey, he calls it, as their national champions. His dad's got a question. I have a question. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Acting like a elementary student, first grader, like a fucking 10-year-old. Hey, I got a question. Puts on the shades. family. Family at home. And he says, I love you. That'll be a meme. What does this mean for Michigan big picture? Wow, for everything, for them, everything. Yep, champions as national champions. A lot of people aren't going to like this. They're not. Because they'll say, well, now they're going to hand out the trophy now. But that, it doesn't matter. Like, the NCAA is just going to strip them of the wins, strip them of the title. Like, you can't take away this, though. They went out and won the game. We all witnessed it. We all saw it. You can't change history. So they're the national champions. They can't just hand it over to Washington. Washington ain't going to fucking take it, because they lost. Even though they'd like it, they can't have it. So he'll hoist it. Michigan national champions. And Queen, we are the champions. Yeah. So that'll do it. Yeah, congrats to Michigan. They had a goal, as we all do, but they were on a mission. They were. You could tell. They were. And they were truly the best team. And the best team doesn't always win, but 9 times out of 10, they do. So yeah, there's not really much else to be said. Michigan's national champions, so I'll leave it at that. Along with, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, subscribe on social media, link in the description below, but that's just not today. I want to say thanks for tuning in all season long, and I'll see everybody next season now, as the 2024 campaign in college football, once again, will be here before you know it. Of course, we've had signing day. The old school signing day is still coming up, first Wednesday in February, for what it's worth now. But yeah, you'll be getting into winter and with the conditioning, but spring football here before too long. No doubt about it, dog days of summer. But then camp will start up, and yeah, next season, once again, as always, we'll be here before you know it. It seems like just yesterday we were sitting here watching Georgia win back-to-back a year ago, let alone the year before. I've thought this season in college football just absolutely flew by. Same thing goes for the NFL, and now they're starting the playoffs next weekend. So be sure to tune back in for those live watch-along reactions. But yeah, this will do it for college football for the 2023 season. So thanks for tuning in. Always greatly appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. Be sure to check out Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry as well. But Yeah, the Michigan Wolverines are your 2023-2024 college football playoff national champions, defeating Washington 34-13 this evening. And the college football playoff with the four-team format will now officially come to an end before they move to 12 teams next season. So it ends the same way it began, with the Big Ten facing and the Big Ten defeating the Pac-12 in the national championship game, just they did 10 years ago in 2014. Well, January 15, but you get my point. Just like tonight with Michigan defeating Washington. And now they'll become conference opponents next year. But yeah, the Michigan Wolverines, champions of the Big Ten, champions of the West, as they won the Rose Bowl, defeating Alabama in the semifinal, and also winning the national championship this evening, 34-13, your final score over the Washington Huskies. So, go blue, hell to the victors, the champions of all college football. But as we all know, we are Penn State.